Chapter 380. When this furious voice was heard, Yun Nuoshing and the others had already carried a dozen people back. Old Sly was worried that they would be caught, so he fled at full speed with the others. His speed was not much slower than Yun Nuoshing when he urged the light element, which made him dumbfounded. They made many turns and flew over the mountain range at the bottom of the sea. Along the way, Yun Nuoshing used the netherworld ruins sword to erase the aura they left behind so that no one could follow them. After flying like this for half an hour, everyone finally returned to the cave where they were hiding. Seeing that a large hole had suddenly opened up in the rock wall, Yun Nuoshing and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Although it seemed easy to save people just now, he felt that it was similar to being a thief, sneaky and sneaky. There were only a dozen or so experts rescued from Liao Tiange. They could not find anyone else in this camp. Their strength was not very high between the demon level and the demigod level. Other than the captain, who had just stepped into the demigod level, it was no wonder that they did not have the ability to escape on their own. If they were caught by the group of mermaids, they could only stretch out their necks and wait to be killed. After returning to the temporary camp, they settled these people down. The rescued people were still alive, but they had fainted. After a careful examination, the group was really relieved. As for the missing people, they would probably be missing forever. Brother Yun. After resting for a while, Liao Ming pulled Yun Nuoshing to the side and smiled inexplicably. His hand slipped from his sleeve and took out a sheepskin scroll. He gently rubbed his fingers twice, then put it in Yun Nuoshing's hand. He smiled and said, "This is the location of the relic." Yun Nuoshing heard this and raised his eyebrows. He opened the sheepskin scroll and saw a complete East Sea plate. Compared to his treasure map, there were many more islands and settlements. There was also the area of the sea god's domain. In the upper right corner, there was a sign of a palace. This should be Liao Tiange's destination. The relic. Yun Nuoshing looked at the map over and over again, then stared at the palace and asked, "What exactly is this relic?" "We don't know either." Liao Ming shook his head and said, "These ruins weren't discovered by us, Liao Tiange. It should be said that it was discovered by the human forces of the Eastern Sea a long time ago. As for who it was, they didn't mention it. We're just a small team among the millions of exploration teams. If I'm not wrong, that ruin should belong to the Merfolk clan. It might also belong to the Dragon clan. However, it's said that no one from the human race or the two clans has entered it. The level of danger there is comparable to a forbidden zone. Those who enter never return," Liao Ming said with a grave expression. "But no matter what, it's still a relic from the primordial era." No, it can't be called a relic. It's an ancient city, a city that has already been destroyed. A city from the primordial era." Yun Nuoshing heard this, and his eyelids twitched. At this moment, he thought of the rain country from the mythological era. He didn't know why it sank to the bottom of the water, and it sank so far away. It's not the first time we, Liao Tiange, have gone to explore it. However, this is the first time we've sent out a large team. I didn't expect. We didn't get off to a good start. Liao Ming sighed heavily and shook his head helplessly. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. This kind of thing wasn't rare. Outside the forbidden zone, a group of people went there with curiosity or greed, but in the end, the nest was overturned and no eggs were left intact. It could only be said that Liao Tiange's operation this time was only a small part of the overall situation. Yun Nuoshing carefully rolled up the sheepskin scroll and looked at Liao Ming and asked, "Do we just head east from here?" "Yes." Liao Ming nodded and said, "We are now near the endless ocean abyss. It's the darkest place on the map. The ancient city is to the right of here. However, without a boat, it would take a few months to walk or swim across the sea. Moreover, The bottom of the sea is very dangerous. Not to mention the environment of the sea, just the races there are enough to give anyone below the God King realm a headache. A boat. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing smiled. He didn't lack a boat. Moreover, his true strength wasn't only at the God King realm. It didn't matter if they were mermaids or dragons. As long as they didn't provoke them, everything would be fine. He would be fine. What about you guys? Yun Nuoshing asked curiously. Liao Ming paused. Then he frowned and pouted as if he had thought of a tragic situation. After a long while, he smiled bitterly and said, We can only stay here and wait for everyone to wake up before we head to the sea god's domain. We can't go back now. Instead of taking a detour back to Nirvana City, we might as well go straight to the sea god's domain. However, both methods are equally dangerous. All right. Yun Nuoshing spread his hands. After all, Liao Qiange's fleet was destroyed, and he had taken the core. Moreover, he didn't plan to bring them along. To some extent, having one more person would be more troublesome. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing wasn't worried at all, Liao Ming pursed his lips. He knew that Yun Nuoshing had some tricks up his sleeve since he was acting so mysterious. However, he still reminded him out of habit, Brother Yun, you have to be careful. The bottom of the sea is very dangerous. It's far from being as peaceful as it seems. Don't worry. Yun Nuoshing smiled. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the sea god's domain. I wish you all the best, Brother Yuan. Following Yun Nuoshing slowly back to Xian's side, Liao Ming cupped his hands and smiled. In the end, he glanced at Xian suspiciously before looking away. Yun Nuoshing returned a smile. He didn't explain anything to Liao Ming when he saw Liao Ming's suspicious gaze. He was afraid that Liao Ming wouldn't be able to take the shock and go crazy. Seeing that Old Sly and the others were busy, Yun Nuoshing didn't want to disturb them. He could only nod at Liao Ming before leading Xian and the others into the water. Little Star, what were you talking about just now? After they came out of the cave, Xian, who rarely spoke in front of others, finally spoke. She held Yun Nuoshing's arm and asked, We were looking into the ruins and the situation at the bottom of the sea. Yun Nuoshing said. He turned around and looked at the rock wall that was covered by corals and the big cave. He moved and led everyone to the surface of the sea. According to Liao Ming and the others, if possible, it was best not to travel at the bottom of the sea. Yun Nuoshing stroked the pendant in front of his chest and took out the ship made of mysterious dragon silver that he hadn't seen in a long time. He enlarged it to a size of 1,000 feet and led the others to land on it. He looked at the calm surface of the sea and sat down. Then he took out the map that he had just obtained from Liao Ming and spread out the treasure map. He folded it a few times, and only the East Sea was shown on the map. Now, let's move the things on this map to this world map. Yun Nuoshing clapped his hands and smiled when he saw Xian and the others' puzzled gazes. Brother, can't we just use this map? Little Purple Soul asked hurriedly when he saw a map the size of a wash basin and a large map that was dozens of meters long. Of course. Yun Nuoshing smiled, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Comparing a large map to a small map was very tiring. It was best not to do it. No, however, when he said that, the others who heaved a sigh of relief almost gave him the middle finger. Nuoshing, why do you have to mark it? Can't we just use this map? However, Yuan Shi didn't know why Yun Nuoshing did that. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He suddenly remembered that he didn't tell Yuan Shi about this map and explained it to him. As expected, Yuan Shi's jaw dropped when he heard that. It was the first time he saw a map that could be used to locate their location at any time. He finally understood why the location was marked on the map. After all, only this treasure map could guide them in the right direction. There weren't many clear landmarks in the vast East Sea. It was very helpful to have something that could be used to locate their location. However, it was easier said than done. It took the 6 people and 1 beast half a day to complete the 2 maps that were disproportionate in size. That was because the 2 girls were slacking off in the middle of the process. Yun Nuashing nodded in satisfaction when she saw the marked map of the East Sea. She glanced at their location from the red dot all the way to the palace at the top right corner. After identifying the direction, she turned the boat around and shrank it. Then she slowly sailed towards that area. Unknowingly, night had enveloped the entire East Sea. The pale blue moonlight shone down from the sky. The few people sitting on the long Xian silver, surrounded by Ling Hongjian, opened their eyes one after another. They looked at the huge crescent moon at the bow of the boat with a sense of tranquility in their eyes. The silver boat gently parted the waves. Without a sail, it was as if they were drifting on the sea. If it wasn't for the fact that the red dot on the map was approaching the palace, Yun Nuashing would have thought that they weren't moving forward. Sure enough, the starry sky seen from the sea is the most beautiful. Yun Nuashing looked at the bright moon and the surrounding stars in the sky. She couldn't help but murmur softly. The starry sky she saw in the small sea region of Sea Monarch City was actually a little similar to this place. However, she subconsciously felt that it was more beautiful here. The boat sailed gently under the moonlight. Occasionally, they would pass by 1 or 2 underwater mountains that were exposed above the water surface. On the platforms above the water surface, there were lonely sentry towers. Under the icy blue moonlight, they looked a little lonely and desolate. It seemed that they were built by the human race and had been abandoned for a long time. The monotonous icy blue sea was empty and lifeless. Deep into the night, even the schools of fish had fallen asleep. There were no fish escorting them, only a lonely little boat drifting on the surface of the sea. Looking at the 2 girls sleeping in front of the boat and the 2 figures standing at the bow of the boat, Yuan she sighed. Their long purple hair swayed gently with the sea breeze. The moonlight seemed to have covered them with gauze, making them look like an immortal couple. At this moment, he suddenly missed Yu Xiao very much. He also wanted someone to accompany him to enjoy this beautiful night view. There seemed to be a burst of light, music coming from afar. It seemed to be coming from the horizon. The lingering sound lingered in the ears with a hint of charm. However, it was filtered by Ling Hongjian's barrier and did not affect the people on the boat. Yun Nuashing and the others were also a little more vigilant after hearing this music. This was because this was the singing of the mermaids and would attract passing boats. However, with Ling Hongjian around, they could also enjoy this beautiful music in peace. The moonlight was pleasant, and the singing was mellow. It tempted people and made them fall asleep early. Even Yun Nuashing and the others unknowingly lay down on the boat while listening to the music. Chapter 381. The young man woke up with a startled cry in the morning. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and raised his head to look at the blue sky. He was stunned for a moment before he gently placed the girl in his arms to the side. He got up and walked to the edge of the boat. He looked at the calm sea surface and frowned slightly. He smelled something unusual. "Big brother." A young girl's voice came from behind him. The young man turned around and looked at the little girl standing in front of him. He smiled and picked her up. He patted her head and looked at the sea surface with a frown. The young man in white, who was leaning on the other side of the boat, also woke up. He stretched and turned his head. When he saw the serious look on the young man's face, he couldn't help but be stunned. He asked, "What's wrong?" Why do you have such a serious expression? It's a little strange. Also, I think I've smelled it somewhere before. Yun Nuoshing wrinkled her nose and said, Strange smell. Yuanshi was stunned. He also sniffed. However, he didn't smell anything strange for a long time. However, looking at Yun Nuoshing's appearance, it didn't seem fake. Xian, who had already woken up, got up a little reluctantly after hearing these muttering words. Mei Mao looked at the two of them with a little resentment. Her small mouth also pouted, as if she was blaming them for waking her up. Xian casually tidied up her messy hair and stood up lazily. When she saw Yun Nuoshing in a daze, the corners of her mouth curved into a beautiful arc. She walked over lightly and hugged him from behind. Her jade hands circled around his waist, and her pretty face was buried in his shoulder. You're awake. Seeing this action, Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing were stunned. Yun Nuoshing had done this many times and was used to it. On the other hand, Yuanshi clutched his chest and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I've received tons of damage. Yuanshi's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with horror, as if he had seen a ghost. He almost jumped into the sea. Yun Nuoshing slapped him and patted the little hand on her stomach. Girl, your observation skills are better than mine. Help me see if there's anything wrong here. Hearing this, Xian wrinkled her nose and slowly took off her clothes. She looked at Mei Mao and scanned the surroundings. She even used Yun Nuoshing's evil spirit eye, but she couldn't find anything wrong. Can't you just look at the map? Suddenly, Xian turned around and tilted her head to look at Yun Nuoshing. She said doubtfully, If you think it's strange, it's just that you went to the wrong place. However, the entire East Sea is quite strange. Everything is strange. It's just a matter of degree. Yun Nuoshing stared blankly. After a while, he laughed awkwardly and took out the treasure map. Seeing him like this, Xian held her forehead helplessly. It seemed that Little Star was very confused when he woke up after looking at the map. For a long time, Yun Nuoshing finally found the little red dot. At this time, his gaze was fixed on the northwest part of the East Sea Plate. His mind was also frozen at this moment. What the F***CK? When he came back to his senses, Yun Nuoshing almost threw the map away. Xian and Yuanshi, who were the first to react, were shocked. They hurriedly rushed forward and glanced at the map. Then, they suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. We only slept for one night. How did we drift to this place? There was no problem with the last confirmation of the course. Yuanshi grabbed the map in disbelief. He looked up and down, but he still saw the red dot flashing in the northwest part of the East Sea Plate. F***CK. We've entered the royal family's territory. Yun Nuoshing laughed ferociously, scaring little Purple Soul. Their current location was exactly what Old Cunning had told them, the royal territory of the merfolk, and it was also a place that everyone avoided like snakes and scorpions. Who would have thought that they would accidentally stumble into this place? No wonder. That smell, it's the smell of seafood. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly and finished his sentence. To be able to smell the stench of fish on the surface of the sea. How many mermen lived in the sea below? I think we should hurry up and leave. Yuanshi shuddered and quickly turned the boat around. However, before Yun Nuoshing could release the light element, they realized that there were suddenly many black figures flying in the sea beside Long Xianin. A cold aura was quietly spreading. Splash! The slender fish tail gently floated to the surface of the water before it quickly slapped back into the water. Those shadows were at least 10 feet long. Some of them were burly, while others were slender. Hundreds and thousands of shadows circled around the mysterious dragon silver ship, constantly circling it. Looking at those slender fish-like shadows, Yun Nuoshing wiped her forehead and laughed dryly. We're really here to deliver food this time. Tell me, do you think I look better, or do you look fresher? Yuanshi's throat rolled as she murmured, I don't know. I've never eaten myself before. Yun Nuoshing answered seriously. The colorful pattern on her arm flashed, and the Linghong sword appeared in her left hand. She held the Nether Void sword tightly in her other hand. As soon as the two divine swords appeared, Yun Nuoshing did not activate them. Two terrifying waves of energy spread out. The surrounding space and time became chaotic. One could even see the space rippling like water. The Nether Void sword and the Linghong sword resonated in this tense atmosphere. Waves of energy spread out from the two swords, causing Yuanshi to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. This was the first time he felt the pressure of a divine weapon at such a close distance. As soon as the two waves of energy came out, the shadows in the water seemed to be under great pressure. They all stopped moving. Then they twisted their slender bodies and gathered at the south side of the boat. Although they did not move, they did not do anything either. The two sides seemed to be in a stalemate. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and placed the Linghong sword in Xian's hand. She held the Nether Void sword with both hands. If they were to fight later, she had to protect the flower behind her. Since she was alone, she was obviously distracted. At this time, she could only rely on the divine weapon, the Linghong sword. If she defended with all her strength, no one would be able to do anything to her, unless an expert from the Emperor of the Underworld came. With a thought, the divine weapons emerged from her body and surrounded the few of them. Yuanshi quickly grabbed two of them. Just as Yun Nuoshing and Xian were preparing, the group of black shadows gradually moved. A black shadow slowly floated to the surface of the water. Behind him, the mermen clustered around this black shadow and floated to the surface of the water. Following the splashing sound of water, Yun Nuoshing saw many heads emerge from the water. A middle-aged merman who looked to be in his 30s or 40s floated to the surface of the water. His long fishtail was buried under the water. He was different from the merman that Yun Nuoshing saw previously. The merman that he saw previously had a much slender fishtail that was more like a snake's tail. However, this merman's fishtail was much thicker and was no different from a real fish. Even his ears were like two fans that were gently moving. As soon as these gazes appeared, Yun Nuoshing sensitively sensed that 90% of the strange gazes fell behind him. This made him speechless. He took a step to the side and hid Xian behind him. The middle-aged merman floated to the surface of the water and stared straight at Yun Nuoshing and the others. His fish eyes widened and then narrowed. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, "Humans, it has been many years since a human stepped into our territory. But now you have invaded again and again." What surprised Yun Nuoshing was that this merman could speak the human language. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. If the two races wanted to interact, they would have to overcome the language barrier. Moreover, although this merman did not look very old, Yun Nuoshing could sense that he was an old monster. It was not surprising that he knew the human language. Yun Nuoshing pursed his lips and said, "You won't believe me if I say that I walked in by accident, right?" "Ha ha, you don't have to say that. Whether it was intentional or not, it is an indisputable fact that you have come in." The middle-aged man stroked his chin and smiled. They were the guards of the royal family's border. They had to protect the territory from other races. Yun Nuoshing had accidentally walked in. Normally, they would just chase him away. However, due to some things that happened some time ago, perhaps the way to deal with him would have to be changed. Looking at the murderous aura that permeated the surface of the water, it was clear that it was easy to enter but not easy to leave. Young people, do you intend to bind your hands and feet and apologize to us, the prophet, or—" The middle-aged man licked his lips and smiled sinisterly. "I don't really like to play with bondage." Yin Nuoshing rolled his eyes and said. The middle-aged man nodded. Killing intent surged in his eyes, and he said, "Then we will have to do it ourselves." Yun Nuoshing smiled and looked at the calm surface of the water. He looked left and right for a long time, blinked his eyes, and put away the divine artifacts, leaving only the Nether Void sword and Ling Hong's sword in his hands. He said with a smile, "But I don't really want to go. Moreover, you can't catch me." The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the pile of divine artifacts enter Yun Nuoshing's body. He looked at him in confusion, and when he heard what he said, he was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed loudly. His sharp laughter caused the former to tremble and have goosebumps. "Ha! Young people are indeed arrogant by nature. This old man really wants to see how you will escape from our hands today." The middle-aged man laughed towards the sky, not taking Yun Nuoshing seriously at all. After all, he was a shunming expert, so he could naturally see that Yun Nuoshing was merely a celestial-level cultivator. To him, Yun Nuoshing was merely an ant. He could crush Yun Nuoshing to death with a stretch of his hand. Yuan Shi and the others shrugged indifferently when they heard the middle-aged man's laughter. Then they let out a long yawn. They were naturally not worried about being caught. Yun Nuoshing had always been using the light to torture them. No one in the world could catch him. Since he did not attack randomly from the beginning, then there was a chance for them to escape. Provoking the Merfolk clan was not something that Yun Nuoshing was willing to do. He was still wary of this overlord of the Eastern Sea. Although he did not want to provoke them, it did not mean that he could be manipulated by others. Even the Emperor of the Underworld could not do anything to him. This small Shiming wanted to capture him. What a joke! Yun Nuoshing would definitely not agree to it. Once he was in their territory, no matter what he did, it would not bode well for him. How could he do something like throwing himself to death? Being stared at by Yun Nuoshing's playful gaze, the smile on the middle-aged man's face gradually turned gloomy. His shriveled hand bent slightly, and strands of azure blue energy drilled out. Finally, like a long whip, they coiled around his fingers. "This old man really doesn't believe that you can escape from my hands today." Killing intent flowed out from his eyes. The middle-aged man's figure suddenly swayed, and he disappeared from his original spot. The merfolk underwater did not move, and only quietly floated in the water. Yun Nuoshing's eyes twitched when he saw the middle-aged man disappear. He clenched his fist, raised the netherworld ruin sword above his head, and swung it towards the space in front of him without any fancy movements. The middle-aged man glanced at the huge sword that was swinging towards him, and a cold cry rang out from his mouth. His shriveled hand was wrapped in a thin layer of azure blue energy, and he directly slammed it towards the netherworld ruin sword. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched when he saw the middle-aged man's actions. He said nothing, and just quietly watched the palm and the huge sword collide. Boom! The huge sword and the palm paused for an instant when they came into contact. Then the middle-aged man's body violently trembled, and he was sent flying in an arc through the air by a violent wave of air. He staggered back a few hundred meters before barely stabilizing himself. The sudden scene caused the gazes of the merfolk to freeze, especially when they saw that even the middle-aged man could not withstand the clash of swords. A wave of uncontrollable shock surged out from their hearts. Stabilizing his body, the middle-aged man quickly raised his head. Shock also surged onto his face that was invaded by killing intent. His eyes stared intently at the huge sword that was being carefully wiped by Yun Nuoshing as he said in a deep voice, "Divine artifact." Yun Nuoshing smiled, but did not say anything. He had already done his best to control the power of the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Otherwise, not even a speck of dust would be left of the fish. Everyone from the merfolk race, if you don't want to fight, you don't have to send us off. We will come again, next time, when we are free. Yun Nuoshing laughed heartily. The light element burst forth from his body, and then it was continuously channeled into the dragon Xian silver, turning the entire ship a brilliant gold. Light element. Seeing the light that was as dazzling as the sun, the middle-aged man was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Who would have thought that this strange-looking young man could actually control the most terrifying element? Yun Nuoshing laughed heartily. With a thought, the Linghong sword floated to his hand, and the boundary that separated the space was activated. Then, the light element was released violently, and it turned into a ray of light that was 100 feet in size. It charged out violently, and it created a tsunami that was 1,000 feet in size behind it, before it disappeared into the horizon. Light. The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but he was slapped into the water by the overwhelming wave. He only managed to say one word, and when he surfaced from the water again, there were already no figures of the merfolk. Forget it. We'd better not provoke people who possess the light element. Let's just pretend that we didn't see this. Also, remember not to spread this news to the prophet. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly as he spoke to the shocked merman behind him in the merman language. Yes, the merfolk laughed bitterly, and then dove into the water with the middle-aged man. Chapter 382. At the end of the horizon, a bright golden light suddenly flashed. Within a few seconds, it swept across the surface of the sea, stirring up waves, and then disappeared from sight. After a long time, the color of the light gradually dimmed a little, and even its speed slowed down. It seemed that after experiencing the previous failure of driving, Yun Nuoshing was now deliberately slowing down. He did not stop all of a sudden to avoid crashing again. However, no matter how hard he tried to slow down, he still sprinted on the surface of the water for a few million miles before coming to a stop. When Long Xian Yin completely stopped on the surface of the sea, Yun Nuoshing heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around to see that Xian and the others did not show any symptoms of dizziness or other discomfort. He grinned and said, "Quick, praise me. It's rare for you to be able to stop the speed of light." Yuanshi rolled his eyes, then looked at Yun Nuoshing's long hair, which was half white, and said, "You can maintain the speed of light now." "Not yet. The speed of light only reached an instant, and it's already like this. I guess that to maintain the speed of light for a long time, one has to at least be a demigod." Yun Nuoshing shook his head, grabbed a handful of his hair, and shook it with a smile. Little Star can finally slow down. In the past, he was always playing with collisions. Xian patted his head and smiled. Yun Nuoshing pursed his lips and looked at her pitifully. Xian pursed her lips and smiled, then patted his head. What's the next step? Seeing that the two of them were acting as if there was no one else around, Yuanshi coughed dryly and asked. Hearing that, Yun Nuoshing took out the treasure map, looked at the direction, then sighed. Just now, he used the light element to escape to the south, but he did not expect that he only moved a little on the map. However, he just happened to leave the territory of the merfolk royal family. If he headed east from here, along the border, he estimated that he would reach the ruins in a little more than a month. Just keep heading east. You'll reach the ruins in less than 2 months, Yun Nuoshing said after putting down the treasure map. However, is there really something in the ruins? I heard you guys talking about it. It's a dangerous place comparable to a forbidden zone, right? Yuanshi said as he turned the boat around. I don't know, but there's no doubt that there's something in a dangerous place. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. there was the soul-devouring tree in the ghastly forest, the heart of the earth in the earth grotto, and its true form was that of a demonic beast. There was the shadow of Tao Tai and the pillar of creation in the Tana's water god temple. Fun Yenshan spat out the scarlet cross. Who knew what was inside these ruins that were comparable to the forbidden zone of life? Danger and opportunity coexisted, so it was called a crisis. Perhaps this was also the thought of many people. It was also because of this that they walked towards dangerous places without hesitation, knowing that those places might be a place of no return. However, the East Sea also has the existence of the divine flame. I have to go and take a look. Yun Nuoxing shook the treasure map and suddenly sighed. Where? Xian and the other two were stunned when they heard this. They hurriedly came up and asked. She pointed to a place slightly southeast of the red dot and said, Here, this swaying blue flame with a hint of red. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the sea prison flame that's ranked 66th. 66th. It's already past half of the ranking. Yuanqi nodded. Then his gaze paused and his face trembled. He laughed dryly and said, But I feel that it's quite dangerous there. What? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. After thinking for a while, she nodded in agreement and said, Of course it's dangerous. How can a place where the divine flame is born not be dangerous? I'm not talking about this, but Yuanqi shook his head and pointed to the flame. Then he drew a circle around it and said, Look at this area. Yun Nuoxing looked at it suspiciously. Then she raised her head strangely and looked at him in confusion. This area is the deep sea. Little Star is so stupid. Seeing that he was still in a daze, Xian finally couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and said, Ah. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Then she came back to her senses and saw that the area was like a drop of ink on a piece of paper. It was so dark that it was frightening. Even the endless sea abyss that old Sly had led them through wasn't as dark as this. In other words, the depth of this place was frighteningly deep. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. He only cared about looking at the sea prison flame and completely ignored the dark color around him. Thinking about it this way, he could probably understand why Yuanqi said it was very dangerous. It was very difficult for people to survive in the deep sea. Other than the lack of sunlight, there was another important factor, which was that the extremely high pressure there would crush the fragile human body into meat paste. Even the gods wouldn't dare to rashly dive into the sea with all their might. Moreover, the bottom of the sea was dark. Once they lost their way, they might not even be able to distinguish the direction. But we still have to make a trip. Although he knew the above conditions, Yun Nuoxing still laughed. He had long been mentally prepared for danger. No matter what kind of danger it was, he had to make a trip. Moreover, if he could get through this danger, it wouldn't be called a danger anymore. Seeing his indifferent look, Xian and Yuanqi smiled helplessly. Obviously, they already knew that Yun Nuoxing would make a trip. His fearless appearance was the little star they knew. Then, do we go here first, or to the ruins first? Yuanqi asked. Yun Nuoxing paused for a moment. He looked at the red dot, then at the blue and red flame. Then he looked at the ruins again. After thinking for a while, he said, Let's go and get this flame first. It's closer than the ruins. All right. Yuanqi nodded. He looked at the direction and turned the boat around again. Looking at the blue and red flame, Yun Nuoxing sighed. It was easy to get it, but it was troublesome to get it back. However, his purple night flame was more powerful, so it shouldn't be too troublesome. Rubbing his head, Yun Nuoxing looked to the east with a little anticipation. He wondered what would happen when the divine flames merged. Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing felt a little strange. He looked at his empty arms and then at Xian, who was very quiet. He was stunned. Then, he remembered that the two girls seemed to be a little quiet today. Usually, they couldn't stop making noise. He was already used to their laughter. Suddenly, he couldn't hear it. It felt a little strange. Even little Phoenix was silent and sleeping on Ming's head. Looking at the two little girls sitting quietly at the bow of the boat, Yun Nuoxing walked over. He glanced at them, and then at the sea they were looking at. He scratched his head and reached out to pick them up. "What's wrong, little girls? You've been so quiet." Brother, Ming and little Phoenix were stunned when they saw the face in front of them. Then they called out sweetly. "We're listening," Ming said with a cute smile, revealing two small canine teeth. "Listening?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. What was she listening for? "Yes, there's some noise in the sea. Little Purple and Sister Ming are listening to where it's coming from," Little Purple Soul said, as she nodded and pinched Yun Nuoxing's cheek with her little hand. "There's a noise in the sea." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing and Xian were both stunned. They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They didn't hear any noise. "Then what did you hear?" Yun Nuoxing shook her head and continued to ask. "We haven't heard anything yet. Just a little strange noise." Little Purple Soul shook her head and blinked. She stretched out her little finger and gestured in front of her. "Puff, puff, puff, puff. It's a noise." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. What kind of abstract description was that? "I can confirm the location. It should be coming from there." Ming pointed in a direction and said. Yun Nuoxing looked in the direction her little finger was pointing. Then she looked at the sun in the sky and realized that the place she was talking about was in the south. Moreover, judging from the angle of her little finger, it should be very, very far away in the south because that angle was completely flat. "Do you hear anything?" Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and looked at Xian. She transmitted her voice to him. "No." Xian shook his head and transmitted his voice back. "That's strange." Yun Nuoxing fell into deep thought when she heard this. Then she asked Zai. Little Yi Yi, Zai almost rolled off the bed when he heard this extremely mushy address. He had goosebumps all over his body. He quickly shouted, "Damn, that's so mushy." "I'm not too sure about what those two girls said. I guess there's some strange energy body under the sea. The energy waves, no, the energy sound waves, were captured by them. Moreover, this kind of sound can only be heard by children, or perhaps only people who are sensitive to energy bodies can sense it," Zai said. "So what is it?" Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and said, "How would I know? How would I know? I'm not an encyclopedia." Zai rolled his eyes and snorted softly. "Ah, right. That sea prison flame. You should be able to fuse with it, right?" Yun Nuoxing suddenly hammered her hands and blinked. "You're crazy." Zai opened his mouth and wanted to say these three words. However, he didn't know why he didn't say it. He just paused and pursed his lips. After a while, he said, "Maybe you're a spiritual divine body. If you can accommodate one divine flame, you should be able to accommodate a second one. Moreover, not to mention the spiritual divine body, the soul-burning art also has this effect. It should be possible, right?" Zai gave an uncertain answer. Although he was also a divine flame, he had never been tormented like this before. Therefore, he wasn't sure if he could fuse with it. After all, when many people tried to fuse with divine flames, the flames went berserk and blew themselves into ashes. Yun Nuoxing was a special example. He just didn't know if his special ability could transcend this situation. So uncertain, Yun Nuoxing pursed her lips and muttered, "Because I've never tried fusing with flames. However, theoretically speaking, a spiritual divine body can do this. However, if you want to do it, I can very irresponsibly say that you'll have to bear the consequences." Zai spread his hands and said, "That's really irresponsible." When Yun Nuoxing heard this, black lines appeared on his forehead. Then he sighed. He only had this thought, but he had not decided to do it. If there was anything else, he would wait until he got the sea prison flame. Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes and looked at the calm surface of the sea. He lowered his head and looked down. After that, he gently put the two girls down. He saw that Ming Ming and the others had their eyes closed. It was as if they were seriously sensing something. Strange sounds? Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and sighed. He didn't pursue the matter. Chapter 383. The temporary change of destination was not too far away from their original destination. Therefore, they were not in a hurry. They continued to drive Long Xian in leisurely, as if they were not worried that someone would get the divine flame before them. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. The depth of that place is estimated to be a few million miles. It might even reach the core of the earth. No one would be so bored as to jump down there. Yun Nuoxing answered Yuanxi's question in such a manner which made him lose his temper. However, after thinking for a moment, he was no longer in a hurry. If Yun Nuoxing was not in a hurry, why should he be? On the boundless sea, Yun Nuoxing and the others drifted along with the waves. The warm sea breeze carried a fishy smell as it brushed against their faces. The warm sunlight made them feel lazy and made Yun Nuoxing want to sleep forever. After drifting leisurely for 2 months, the silver boat suddenly stopped at noon one day. Then, the few people who were cultivating on the boat opened their eyes at the same time. They stood up and walked quickly to the side of the boat. When they walked to the side of the boat and looked over, the clear blue water in front of them suddenly turned into a horrifying black color. Even if Yun Nuoxing used her evil spirit eye, she could not see how deep the water was. If she looked at it from a high altitude, she would see that there was a huge black hole on the surface of the sea. At the edge of the huge black hole, there was a crescent-shaped island. Dense forests covered the entire island like a primeval forest. A barren aura pervaded the air, as if no one had set foot on this place for a long time. On the other side of the sea, Yun Nuoxing looked at the island that was gradually enlarging in her line of sight. She blinked her eyes and slowly retracted her soul energy that was floating in the air. Then she heaved a sigh of relief. The surrounding sea gradually turned black. Finally, it was as if they had arrived in a dark and boundless space. Fortunately, they came here during the day. If it was night time, they might not even be able to tell the direction. The darkness would even cover the shadow of the island. There are no signs of life on the island. It doesn't seem to be a man-made island. Yun Nuoxing stretched and said, lazily, "I'm not worried about the people on the island. I'm only worried about whether there's anything under the sea." Yuanxi's face twitched as he spoke. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and said with a smile, "Don't worry. This isn't the endless sea abyss. That giant octopus won't come here. If they come, Yuanxi asked, "Then let's eat octopus." Yun Nuoxing grinned. Yuanxi gave him a slap. "But this cave is very strange. It's still shallow water, near the island. It's only a few meters to a dozen meters deep, but this place seems to have collapsed. This cave was not very wide, about 100 miles in length and width. Standing on the tall dragon Xian silver, one could barely see the edge of the cave. It was still a clear blue, but when one looked down, one could only see darkness, which made one's hair stand on end. Ah, the sound of the ocean is cut off. Suddenly, the two little girls, who had been silent all this time, screamed together, which startled Yun Nuoxing and the others. When Yun Nuoxing heard the screams, her first reaction was to look at where they were and find that they were in the center of the cave. However, according to Ming's words, the vague sound did not come from here. It came from the south, far away. Is there something that's blocking the transmission of the energy sound wave? Yun Nuoshing scratched her head and looked at Yuan Shi and Xian. Yuan Shi shook his head. He didn't hear anything, so naturally, he didn't know what was going on. Xian also shook her head. She didn't know much either, looking at the island in the distance, then at the clear sky, and finally at the two little girls who were scratching their heads and muttering. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and said, "Forget it. Let's go down now. I feel that something is wrong." Now, Yuan Shi was startled, then nodded. Before they set off, he had suggested to speed up the process to avoid any unexpected problems. Now that he heard Yun Nuoshing say, so he naturally didn't object. "Okay, let's go then." Xian nodded and hugged little Purple Soul. Then she stuffed Ming into Yun Nuoshing's arms and smiled. After making a decision, Yun Nuoshing also breathed a sigh of relief. She lowered her head and looked at the boundless bottom of the sea with a solemn expression. She didn't know what was at the bottom of the sea. If she wanted to enter, she needed to be strong because the extreme pressure below was not something that an ordinary expert could withstand. She guessed that if she wanted to go deep into the sea where the divine flame was, she would need to be at least at the level of God or God of hell. If she didn't have enough energy, it would be hard to predict what would happen. Fortunately, she had two divine weapons to protect her and a Godhead weapon. Even if she had to bring a few people with her, it wouldn't be a problem for her. Standing on the long Xian silver and pondering for a while, Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and took out the Nether Void sword, Linghong sword, and other divine weapons. Then, with a wave of her hand, she enlarged the lunar platform to 6 feet long and wide. The energy that hung down restrained its chi, so that Xian and the others didn't feel too much pressure. As for the long Xian silver, she didn't plan to put it away. She would leave it on the surface of the sea as a coordinate. Her chi was stuck on the long Xian silver. The bottom of the sea was dark, and it was hard to tell the direction. If they barged in recklessly, no one would know where to go to return to the surface of the sea. With a coordinate, it would be much easier to escape if something went wrong. Moreover, there was no one in the sea area nearby. Even if they were robbed, they wouldn't be able to use it. The lunar platform, Nether Void sword, and Linghong sword surrounded them from the top, left, and right. The huge sun cross covered their backs. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand, and the swirling zither appeared in her hand. Then the other divine weapons surrounded them. After doing all this, Yun Nuoshing was slightly relieved. She let out a breath, and the purple night flame slowly surged out of her body. In the end, it covered the entire area of the divine weapons. From afar, it looked like a huge fireball. Plop! After the flames had completely enveloped them, Yun Nuoshing did not hesitate any longer. With a leap, he brought the few of them and plunged into the sea. When the blazing flames touched the water, it emitted a burst of bubbles. Then, under the sea, the purple fireball gradually shrunk until it disappeared. The calm sea surface once again fell into a deathly silence. Only the enormous long Xian, silver, emitted a faint light, like a guiding light. After diving into the sea, Yun Nuoshing dived downwards with the others. Along the way, he only slightly used the light element to increase his speed. When he felt a pressure coming from all directions, as if it was going to crush them into pieces, he activated the various divine weapons and combined them to form a huge energy shield. He used the energy of the divine weapons. Now that he could do this, he didn't have to worry about the consumption of energy. After releasing the energy, Yun Nuoshing stopped and looked around carefully. He didn't know how deep the sea was. It had already completely blocked the sunlight. It was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Only the purple night flame beside him was like a bright lamp emitting light under the sea. In the faint light, Yun Nuoxing felt a small hand grabbing onto him. There was also a pair of hands tightly hugging his neck. However, no one made a sound. He couldn't help but touch his face and smile. Then, with a flick of his finger, a wisp of light purple flame slowly rose from the tip of his finger. The appearance of this wisp of flame lit up the surroundings. With the help of the flame, everyone could clearly see each other's situation. They all smiled. Then a faint light element gushed out and rapidly dived downwards. In the boundless depths of the sea, everything was pitch black. Even the purple night flame couldn't illuminate this darkness. And in this pitch black world, that rapidly diving light purple ring of fire was especially eye-catching. In the light purple fireball, Yun Nuoxing lightly bit his lips. His eyes were full of graveness. They had already been diving for no less than 2 hours. Although they didn't use the light element to hasten their journey, according to his own estimation, they had already dived for a distance of 50,000 kilometers. The gradually increasing pressure in the surroundings had already forced him to use even more divine weapons to resist. But in front of him, he still couldn't see anything. He couldn't even sense the connection between the divine flames. I feel like I'm in hell, in the darkness. She couldn't stand the loneliness and darkness. He couldn't help but say these words, giving Yun Nuoxing a fright. He almost lost his soul. Due to the extreme depth they had dived, the pressure in the surroundings was even more frightening. If not for the help of the many divine weapons and purple night flame, Yun Nuoxing would have already turned into minced meat. But even so, the situation wasn't optimistic. Controlling the divine weapons and divine flames required an enormous amount of mental and soul power. Even if he didn't need to use his own energy, he still had to expend a lot of mental energy to control them, to the extent that he didn't have the spare energy to care about anything else. Yes, it feels like we're in hell. After regaining his senses, Yun Nuoxing nodded stiffly. Although his tone was calm, he was a little anxious. He was calculating the distance and had to store energy to return to the surface of the sea. If he withdrew the energy now, they would be crushed into minced meat in an instant. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt 4 strands of energy enter his body, causing him to be stunned for a moment. After that, he felt much more relaxed, and only then did he come back to his senses. He looked around and saw that Ziyan and the others were all laughing at the same time. "We'll help you share the burden." Ziyan smiled and rubbed his face against Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. Yun Nuoxing smiled helplessly, but didn't refuse. With the mental energy of the 5 of them, the burden was much smaller. He raised his head and saw nothing but darkness. If they hadn't left Long Xian as a guide before diving down, they would have lost their way long ago. Losing one's way in this deep-sea world was a dead end even with the help of the light element. Is it really down there? With a heavy sigh, Yun Nuoxing felt a faint fear from the bottom of his heart. The unknown was the scariest thing. Facing the seemingly endless deep-sea world, even if he had the most powerful light element and a god weapon, he still felt helpless. "Let's walk a little more. In another 2 hours, no, 1 hour, let's go back. Although the divine flame is very precious, it's not worth risking our lives for it." Yuanxi also frowned and set a time limit. Yun Nuoxing nodded. In this place, if one didn't have the strength of a heavenly god, one would be crushed into a thin pancake by the huge water pressure. It was already a miracle that they were able to reach this place. "Brother, I'm scared." Little Purple Soul, who had been burying her little head in Ziyan's arms, spoke softly. Even Yun Nuoxing himself felt a little scared in this horrifying darkness, let alone a little girl who was only 3 or 4 years old. "It's okay. Brother is here. Little Purple, don't be afraid." However, in this emergency, Yun Nuoshing could only comfort her in this way, and patted her head. He took the time to look at the little phoenix on Ming's head. At this time, it had also shrunk its head, and even its wings tightly, as if it had encountered something scary. Yun Nuoshing smacked his lips and released a little more light element. Then he rushed downwards. If this continues, we'll really reach the core of the earth. After an hour, Yun Nuoshing, who couldn't stand the journey anymore, finally couldn't help but shout. At this time, the 100 divine weapons beside him were all emitting light. Even the netherworld ruins, sword and Ling Hong's sword were humming softly. Together, they formed an extremely strong barrier. Only the swirling zither was still. However, this made Yun Nuoshing shudder. The pressure outside had reached a level that was enough to crush the Netherworld King to death. Even if Jin Wang and the others came, they would die without a doubt. Yes, do you want to go back? Xian said very calmly. However, her lily-white hands were tightly clutching Yun Nuoshing's clothes. It seemed that her heart wasn't as calm as it seemed. For our safety, Yuanxi laughed dryly. Brother, let's go back. Little Purple and Ming were so anxious that they were about to cry. They had been nagging for the past hour. Let's go back, let's go back. Yun Nuoshing nodded heavily. However, just as he turned around and prepared to activate the light essence with all his might, the purple night dark flame in his body shook violently. Even the ring of fire outside his body shook violently. The magnitude of the change was so great that everyone could clearly see it. No way. Chapter 384. The sudden outburst of the purple night flame caused Yun Nuoshing and the others to feel their scalps go numb. This was because the purple night flame had to be another type of divine flame to cause such a reaction. The natural opposition between the two types of divine flame could cause such a reaction even from a distance. This also proved that there was indeed a divine flame at the bottom of the sea. However, Yun Nuoshing and the others were not happy at all when the purple night flame reacted in such a way. On the contrary, their conflicted expressions made them look like they were about to cry. Damn it, they were already at the forbidden ground of the Netherworld King. They did not even see the light of the flame, and there was already a reaction. Did this mean that they had to go to the place where the god emperor died? What should we do? Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. He was not the only one who made the decision. Instead, he threw out the question. Although he was very interested in the sea prison flame, he still had to see if the others dared to go down. The deep sea was an absolute forbidden ground for life. No life could survive under such extreme pressure. They did not see any life on their way here. It was as if they were the only ones on the lonely bottom of the sea. It was also such a forbidden ground for life that gave birth to the unique divine flame in the realm of the gods. Now, perhaps the great opportunity of the heavens was below, somewhere within reach, but let's go. Yuanxi gritted his teeth, looked at Yun Nuoshing, and nodded. Although they all knew that the danger level was getting higher and higher, they were already here. If they returned empty-handed, they would feel uncomfortable. I'll listen to you. Xian nodded calmly, but her lily-white hand gripped Yun Nuoshing even tighter. Seeing the reluctant look on their faces, Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly. He was a little touched because this was considered his willful action. They could have forced him to go back, but he did not expect them to agree to go down with him. Although they looked like they were going to die heroically, taking a deep breath, resplendent light essence gushed out of his body in an unending stream, wrapping around that light purple fireball. Then, drawing a resplendent flame on the seabed, he suddenly charged towards the seabed. The crimson light illuminated the darkness as if a sun had suddenly broken into their sight, causing them to close their eyes out of habit. When they opened their eyes again, Their eyes were filled with crimson light. A crimson crack stretched across the bottom of the sea, illuminating the deep sea millions of miles below. Rumble, the sunset redness dyed the dark bottom of the ocean. In front of him were two enormous seabeds, and in the middle of the two seabeds was a rugged cliff. The broken crust exposed boiling magma. This was a huge crack at the bottom of the ocean that ran from east to west. Magma spurted out intermittently, and the entire small world was echoing with thunderous noises. Yun Nuoshing could not help but murmur, the great crevice at the bottom of the sea can be said to be a scar on the earth. Could it be that the divine flame was born in such a vile place? But we're really close to the core of the earth. Yuanshi laughed bitterly. He did not think that they would really reach the bottom of the sea after diving. Where's the divine flame? As the two of them sighed, Xian asked a very important question. Hearing this question, Yun Nuoshing was stunned, then laughed dryly. They were only focused on sighing at the scenery here, but had forgotten to look for the most important thing. After a short pause, Yun Nuoshing knocked on the shining divine weapon, then carefully descended towards the seabed. At a depth of millions of miles, it was a land of death. At this moment, the high pressure here was enough to crush an underworld emperor. Even though Yun Nuoshing had so many protective divine weapons, she could only advance cautiously. Apart from the swirling zither, the other divine weapons, including the Netherworld sword, the Linghong sword, and the lunar platform, were all defending with all their might. Landing lightly on the seabed, the few of them did not relax. Instead, they became even more nervous. Yun Nuoshing swallowed her saliva, then slowly walked towards the edge of the seabed. Why is there thunder at the bottom of the sea? The loud sound that reverberated in their ears made the tense Yuan, she a little irritated. He could not help but ask. It's the sound of the steam explosion. The seawater near the crevice is vaporizing. The thunder is the steam explosion caused by the vaporization. However, before the steam can leave the surface of the magma, it will turn back into water after cooling down. This cycle repeats, Yun Nuoshing explained. Don't tell me we're going to jump into the magma. Yuanshi scratched his head. If you want to end this life earlier and enter the next life, you can jump into the magma. Yun Nuoshing stuck out her tongue, then laughed. Millions of miles under the sea. We've just reached the Earth's crust, but there's already such pressure. There's no need to talk about the magma. Furthermore, the temperature there is comparable to some of the lower-ranked divine flames. Do you want to go there? Yuanshi face-bombed and did not say anything, although Yun Nuoshing was laughing very easily, in fact, in such a strange place. If he did not deliberately relax, the psychological pressure would probably crush him. Walking at the edge of the seabed, Yun Nuoshing stretched her neck to look at the reddish-gold crevice. Her evil spirit eye looked deep into the magma ocean, and she could see a deathly black magma. The moment she saw the black magma, her evil spirit eye actually felt like it was going to burn up. She was so frightened that she hurriedly closed her eyes. I think I saw something moving. Xian said coldly, which made Yun Nuoshing stare blankly. Then he opened his eyes wide and looked at Xian. In the magma? Yuanshi also asked suspiciously. Xian nodded. She seemed to have seen something scurrying past, but she did not see it clearly. She was not sure if the black color that was different from the magma was a living thing. Do you feel that something is wrong? Is it unbelievable? Yun Nuoshing smiled and said, Life is a very strange thing. We believe that there will be no life in an extremely harsh environment. Perhaps things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. A place that is too harsh will instead give birth to strange creatures that ordinary people do not know. Magma is also a breeding ground for life. Moreover, even at the bottom of the sea, there may be living things. Dragons? Xian asked. Yes, dragons have very strong bodies. The high density of their bodies makes them indestructible. Even high temperature and high pressure cannot destroy them. Dragons are not reptiles that only lay eggs in caves. The deep sea is also an ideal breeding ground for them. Yun Nuoxing smiled. Yun Nuoxing and the others moved slowly along the magma river towards the east. The slow consumption of energy gave them a lot of time to explore, but in this oppressive atmosphere, no one wanted to stay any longer. Therefore, after the initial slow pace, they gradually sped up to the point where they had to jog. Taking the time to take out the treasure map, Yun Nuoxing glanced at the swaying blue-red flame. Beside the flame, a small red dot flickered slightly. It was not far away, which made him heave a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and sped up to run towards that place. The further east they went, the steeper the cliff under the seabed became. The magma here seemed to be descending a slope instead of gathering on a flat surface. The color of the magma also changed from the original scarlet red to an azure blue. By the time Yun Nuoxing discovered this, they had already walked a few thousand meters, but they still had not found the flame that they were looking forward to. Damn it, is this really here? Don't tell me we have to jump into the magma? When the magma changed from azure blue to scarlet gold, Yuanxi finally could not help but curse. Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. In fact, he also had the same thought. After searching for such a long time, he didn't see anything. Moreover, ever since he reached the seabed, the strange fluctuations from the purple night flame had also disappeared. It was quiet, as if it had never gone berserk. Purple night, can you help to sense it? Yun Nuoxing sighed and asked, It's right in front. We'll reach it if we continue walking forward. We'll reach it soon. Purple Night smiled and said. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and took out the treasure map as he walked. At this moment, the red dot was already very close to the flame. It was even close to the edge. Perhaps they really would reach it if they took another 2 steps. All right, let's walk a little more. Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. With a wave of his hand, the pale purple flame jumped on his palm. Yun Nuoxing held it and looked at the magma sea below. He took a deep breath and jogged with the others. After running like this for more than 10 minutes, the swaying light purple flower on their palms suddenly shrunk. The energy that erupted caused the few of them to be nailed to the ground. After that, their gazes immediately followed the direction of the flower and looked down. At that moment, their hearts felt as though they had been ruthlessly pinched. In the boundless magma sea, an azure flame covered with red patterns was slowly swimming. As it swam, it seemed as if the energy of the entire sea was continuously surging towards it. Sea prison flame, looking at the azure flame, with red spots, Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that this divine flame was really born in the magma. However, it was on the surface of the magma. Fortunately, they didn't jump into the magma. Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to jump down with the others, Xian suddenly pointed at the sea prison flame below and shouted in shock, "Little star, there's someone there." The joy in his eyes immediately turned into shock. Yun Nuoxing quickly stretched his neck and looked in the direction that Xian was pointing at in disbelief. He immediately gasped. 2 meters in front of the sea prison flame, a golden figure was sitting cross-legged. The sea prison flame was extending small flames to wrap around the figure. This person was sitting very close to the mountain wall. In addition, his color was similar to the reddish-gold magma. If one didn't pay attention, it would be difficult to discover that it was a person. The sea prison flame floated quietly in front of the figure. Traces of flames drilled out from its source and surged into the person's body. Yun Nuoxing who had the experience of subduing divine flames, naturally knew what was going on. However, what made him even more shocked was that there was actually someone in this deep sea. Moreover, although he couldn't sense the strength of this person, he could confirm that this person definitely hadn't reached the beginner god level. Yun Nuoxing had seen many gods. Every one of them had a unique aura that had been transformed by deification. He definitely wouldn't forget the unique energy of the gods. However, this person who was subduing the divine flame hadn't reached the beginner god level, but had already come to this abyss of danger. How could he not be shocked? This was the abyss of danger that even the emperor of the underworld couldn't enter. As if sensing something, the golden figure slowly opened his eyes and turned his head. Under the long golden hair that draped over his shoulders, a thin face was revealed. He looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. There wasn't a trace of emotion on his delicate face. His eyes were also as empty as death. It was as if his heart had been frozen, and no more emotions could be revealed. It's him. Chapter 385. It's him. When Yun Nuoxing saw that pair of empty golden eyes, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This was not the first time he had seen this pair of emotionless eyes. The first time he had seen it was in Lihuan City in the wormhole. He had felt that a pair of eyes had been watching him from the beginning to the end. Every time he searched for that pair of eyes in the sea of people, he would only see this pair of indifferent golden eyes, which would quickly disappear from his line of sight. He didn't expect that he would be able to see it here. And this time, it wasn't just a pair of eyes. It was a living young man in front of him. You know him? Hearing Yun Nuoxing's words, Yuanqi was shocked and quickly asked, I don't know him. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and told him what he felt at the trade fair. However, he didn't say what he and Ziyi felt. After hearing this, Yuanqi frowned and looked at the pair of empty golden eyes. He couldn't help but shudder and said, Let's not talk about anything else first. What should we do now? The sea prison flame seems to have been snatched first. Yun Nuoxing frowned. He wanted to stop him, but due to various factors, he really couldn't do it. First of all, that person was in the final stage of subduing and would be able to put away the sea prison flames soon. Second, he had used all the weapons on him to protect himself, so he didn't have any more weapons to use against him. It didn't seem wise to fight someone who didn't fear the pressure of the deep sea with his bare hands. If he used the whirlpool zither, it would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It didn't seem worth it to exchange one chance for a divine flame. Yun Nuoxing was a little confused because of all these reasons. He didn't know how to solve this problem. He didn't want to give up, but he couldn't snatch it either. What could he do? While Yun Nuoxing was in a daze, the young man slowly turned his head and closed his empty eyes. As for the sea prison flame, when he closed his eyes, the speed at which the flame threads transmitted energy increased by several times. Perhaps Yun Nuoxing's arrival made him feel a little pressured, but his subduing was completed in less than 2 minutes. After the last bit of energy entered the young man's body, he exhaled a scorching breath. Then he waved his sleeve, and a demonic blue-red flame appeared in his palm. With a thought, the flame was like a long snake that slithered between the young man's fingers. Seeing this, the young man clenched his fist and put it away. His stiff face was still indifferent, without a trace of expression. He didn't even seem to be happy that he had subdued the divine flame. It was as if he had done it mechanically. Little star, what do we do? The sea prison flame has been taken by him, Ziyin said nervously when he saw the young man's actions. Cold sauce. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had worked so hard to come to this godforsaken place where birds didn't lay eggs and fishes didn't swim. Now that he finally saw the sea prison flame, he didn't expect that someone would beat him to it. This was the first time he had experienced this feeling of failure. The young man put away the sea prison flame and slowly stood up. He turned his head to look at Yun Nuwashing. His indifferent golden eyes suddenly surged with an extremely faint, murderous intent. Again, Yun Nuwashing frowned when he felt that faint, murderous intent. The swirling zither in his arms buzzed softly. One of his hands even touched the zither strings that were sealed by the azure energy chains. Although he didn't know why this person had murderous intent towards him twice, he had no choice but to use the swirling zither for their safety if he really made a move. Even though this might cause the East Sea to sink, a storm seemed to be quietly gathering at the bottom of the sea millions of kilometers away. The light elements in his body turned into a long river and flowed rapidly, dyeing Yun Nuwashing's meridians a brilliant gold. Through his fair skin, golden veins could even be seen. Half of his light purple hair also turned a brilliant gold. Seeing Yun Nuwashing's transformation, Xian and Luo Binghe were shocked. When they came back to their senses, they grasped Yun Nuwashing tightly. From the looks of it, he was about to activate the emergency escape plan. If they were to fight at the bottom of the sea with the swirling zither, Xian and Luo Binghe would definitely be reluctant to do so. The only thing left was to escape. Once they escaped to the surface of the sea, everything would be fine. The young man also took in the situation here. His stiff face didn't change at all. His arm slipped out of his sleeve, and he clenched his fist. Dark yellow energy slowly flowed out of his body and gathered in his right hand. The sea prison flame that he had just subdued appeared in his other hand and wrapped around the dark yellow longsword. The moment the two appeared, the surrounding space and time seemed to suddenly become blurry. The nearby sea also went berserk because of the appearance of the sea prison flame. The turbulent waves of magma rose 100 meters high and smashed back fiercely. The young man tapped his feet on the magma and gently jumped onto the seabed. He landed a few meters in front of Yun Nuwashing and raised his head. His golden eyes revealed a hint of coldness as he looked at the latter. There was also a faint glow in his eyes. The young man took a few steps forward. The long sword in his hand drew a thin line on the seabed. He walked in front of Yun Nuwashing, raised his long sword, and suddenly pointed it between Yun Nuwashing's eyebrows. Seeing his actions, Yun Nuwashing's eyebrows twitched. However, she didn't dodge. Putting aside the fact that there was a layer of energy barrier around them, this young man didn't seem to have any killing intent. Therefore, she wasn't in a hurry to dodge. "I don't approve of you." The long sword was pointed at the space between Yun Nuwashing's eyebrows as the young man's indifferent voice slowly sounded out, echoing in the minds of the former few. This indifferent voice, without a shred of emotion, made the few of them feel very uncomfortable when they heard it. This voice did not sound like it was spoken by a human, but more like the low growl of a cold-blooded and heartless beast. "Who wants your approval? What a strange fellow." Yun Nuwashing rolled her eyes in her heart. However, she didn't say it out loud. She only muttered in her heart. Perhaps sensing the change in Yun Nuwashing's mood, the young man narrowed his eyes. He suddenly opened the long sword in his hand. The deep yellow long sword seemed to ignore the buoyancy and suddenly pierced into the seabed. Specks of light flowed out. Then, under the doubtful gazes of Yun Nuwashing and the others, it turned into a pool of liquid and melted into the ground. Yun Nuwashing looked at the young man in confusion. Being cautious, she faintly felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly turned around and pulled Xian and the others. Light elements surged out, and she was about to bring them away from this place. However, at the moment when the light elements exploded, the pool of dark yellow liquid that had melted on the ground suddenly wriggled rapidly. Then it split into thousands of thin lines and quickly drew a mysterious array on the seabed. and the eye of the array was facing Yun Nuo and the others who were preparing to escape. As soon as the array was formed, Yun Nuoshing keenly sensed that the power of space in the vicinity was completely disordered. Even time seemed to have changed. This made her heart skip a beat. This was definitely the power of time. She had only experienced it once, and this was the second time. Knowing how powerful the light element was, she also knew how powerful the power of time was. Illusory time, lost domain. After the array was formed, the young man waved her hand. A wisp of faint yellow energy flowed out from her body and entered the array at the bottom of her feet. After receiving this energy, the array suddenly started to rotate. The chaotic power of time and space soared into the sky. Under this power, Yun Nuoshing and the others were sealed in the array before they could even react. Millions of miles under the sea, a huge deep yellow barrier was emitting a soft buzzing sound. The young man stood in front of the barrier and stroked it twice. His eyes that were filled with coldness gradually regained their indifference. He casually glanced at it twice. Then, with a flash of his body, he disappeared on the spot. Only an indifferent voice hovered in the air. "You are not qualified." In the array, the moment Yun Nuoshing came back to her senses, she saw a huge barrier erected around her. Her body was still wrapped in light energy that was about to explode. In this space that was completely isolated from the outside world, Yun Nuoshing felt an unprecedented danger. It was even more dangerous than what she had encountered in the Tana's water god temple. The power of time. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoshing could not help but mutter. When Xian and the others heard it, they widened their eyes in shock. Then, they hurriedly tried to sense it, but did not sense any special energy. "Don't move. Just stay where you are. It's very dangerous here." Seeing that Yuan-shi was about to take a step forward, Yun Nuoshing was anxious. She hurriedly pulled him back and said hurriedly, although she did not know what kind of danger there was, her intuition told her that this was a dangerous place and a deadly array. When Yuan-shi heard this, he hurriedly withdrew his foot. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Yun Nuoshing. He had never come into contact with the power of time, so he did not have a strategy to deal with it. "Sai, what should we do now?" Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Being trapped in this inexplicable time formation, he had no idea what to do. The power of time was something that only the gods of the later stages of the divine level could come into contact with. He didn't expect that the young man, who was also at the immortal level, could also use it. This could also explain why he could stay in this dangerous place unscathed. He had the power to control time, which made him almost invincible. Illusory time, lost domain. Zai, who heard Yun Nuoshing's shout, did not pay attention to him. She just softly said these 4 words, which made the former stunned. "Ah, you mean this array?" "I did hear him shout that, but what's wrong with this array?" Yun Nuoshing nodded and said, "Illusory time, lost domain." Ignoring him, Zai kept repeating these 4 words. She seemed to be very confused and frustrated. She seemed to remember what it was, but she forgot it in an instant. Hearing her repeatedly repeating the name of this array, Yun Nuoshing also fell silent. She reminded the others and closed her eyes to think. Hiss! After waiting like this for a long time, Zai suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. The shock was transmitted to him, causing his heart to tremble violently and giving him a fright. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Why did you have such a big reaction?" Yun Nuoshing, who almost fainted from the cold air, quickly calmed her mind and asked, "Illusory time lost domain. Illusory time lost domain." Zai gulped and said it twice with a trembling voice. Then she forced herself to calm down. She sighed and said solemnly, "In this world, there is a kind of physique that can naturally control a kind of energy that ordinary people can't come into contact with. The power of time? Yun Nuoshing was stunned and continued. Yes. Zai nodded and continued. However, because this kind of physique is too heaven-defying, people with this kind of physique will not have any elements in their souls, nor will they be able to accept any elements into their bodies. In this kind of person's life, the only energy they can control is the power of time and space. Moreover, because they are innately compatible with the power of time, they will be more proficient in using it than gods. Innately, Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. When she heard that there were no elements, she sighed in relief. If they could already control time, if there were still elements, then it would really be illogical. Illusory as real, real as empty. To it, everything seems to wander between illusory and real. There are no real individuals, nor are there any illusory shadows. The whole person seems to have been created by time, and in the end will also return to time. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. The more he listened to this introduction, the more familiar it sounded. He seemed to have seen this introduction before. It was in the pile of books in Rain Country. The name of that physique seemed to be called Illusory Time Physique. Two solemn voices rang out in the great array at the same time, and when this name was spoken, the time and space here froze again. Chapter 386. Illusory Time Physique. Hearing this unfamiliar physique, Yuan Shi was stunned. Then he laughed bitterly. Where did this physique come from? He had never heard of it before. However, from the name, one could tell that this physique was related to time. The array here was called the Illusory Time Lost Domain. In other words, the mysterious young man was the owner of this physique. Yun Nuoshing nodded and slowly explained the situation that he and Ziyi understood. After listening to it, Yuan Shi's jaw dropped to the point of dislocating as expected. This doesn't make sense. How can there be such a perverted person in this world? Yuan Shi roared at the sky. He grabbed his head with both hands and looked like a crazy demon. His handsome face became abnormally ferocious. It seemed that this physique that suddenly appeared out of nowhere had dealt a big blow to his well-known divine spirit physique. Ah, it's fine if there's a divine spirit physique. It's fine if there's a 5 elements physique. But what the hell is this illusory time physique? Yuan Shi was so frightened that he could not take care of himself. His sharp screams made Yun Nuoshing and the others cover their ears. Hee. Innate. Power of time. Hee. Yuan Shi laughed foolishly as if he had eaten shit. Yun Nuoshing mourned for him for a while. It was no wonder that he would be like this. Originally, the divine spirit physique was one of the strongest physiques in everyone's eyes. Who would have thought that some of the physiques that disappeared with the destruction of ancient books would be even more excessive? However, this illusory time physique was not recorded by anyone and then compared with other physiques in the world. This was because this physique had a flaw, and this flaw could not be remedied. The illusory time physique could not achieve great success. In other words, the illusory time physique could not reach the divine stage. There was no other reason other than this physique was too heaven-defying and overbearing. Perhaps this was also a form of disguised fairness. Compared to other physiques that could reach great success, this magical physique would fall behind in the future. But if you really want to calculate it, it should be on par with your spiritual divine body. After experiencing the initial shock, Ziyi also calmed down. Because she had lost her composure just now, she was still blushing a little, which made Yun Nuoshing look at her with interest. How? There's no comparison. Upon hearing this result, Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and said, "He controls time, while I can contain the energy of all things. No matter how you look at it, I'm the weaker one. How can you compare? Is the power of time considered energy?" Ziyi raised his eyebrows and looked at Yun Nuoshing with disdain as if he was looking at a fool. "Of course I can," Yun Nuoshing said matter-of-factly. However, before he could finish, he was stunned. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Zai couldn't help but sneer. The power of time was an energy that only gods at the later stages of the god level could come into contact with. Since it was energy, it could be contained and refined by the spiritual divine body. As long as it was energy, no matter what kind of energy it was, Yun Nuoshing could absorb it through his constitution and make it a part of his body. In other words, as long as Yun Nuoshing could contain the power of time, even if he couldn't touch the power of time, he could use this mysterious power very well. "Okay, you win." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and nodded. She said, "But let's put aside the matter of constitution first. How do we get out of here?" "Eat it," Ziyi said. "What?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned. She wondered if her ears weren't working well and if she had heard wrong. "I said, eat this illusory time maze field." Ziyi glanced at him and said, "Just like your ninth heaven soul-lurking formation, the illusory time maze field is the origin of the illusory time maze field. It contains extremely pure power of time and space. The complex matrix setup here is something that even Jin Wang and the others can't do anything about. However, you're different. All the mazes set up by the power of time and space in this world can be broken by the Netherworld Ruins sword. However, don't you think it's a bit of a waste? Why don't you use the spiritual divine body to eat this origin formation? Who knows, you might be able to obtain the power of time." After hearing this, Yun Nuoshing nodded in realization. The power of time was something that countless people dreamed of. If it were him, he might have used the Netherworld Ruins sword to destroy it before he could react. However, after hearing Ziya's words, he suddenly felt that this great formation seemed to be a springboard for him. It allowed him to jump to a place that didn't belong to him for the time being. Moreover, in his mind, there was a section about the cultivation of time in the colored glaze divine technique. He coveted it very much. However, because he didn't have the power of time, he didn't pay attention to it. Now, if he could absorb the power of time here, would he be able to cultivate it? Come on, with your little energy, you'll be drained of all your energy before long. Ziyi, who knew what he was thinking, laughed coquettishly and poured a bucket of cold water on him. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing pulled himself back from his pleasant surprise. Indeed, mobilizing the power of time required a large amount of energy. With his small immortal level body, it probably wouldn't take long for it to disintegrate on its own. Thinking about it this way, the illusory time body was quite terrifying. It could mobilize the power of time without restraint. Because one's body was compatible with the power of time, it didn't need to expend much energy at all. Activating such a great formation was as easy as lifting one's hand. "Well, let's go out first. Staying here makes me uncomfortable." Yun Nuoshing spread out his hands. In an instant, he threw all his thoughts to the back of his mind and said slowly. After speaking, Yun Nuoshing exhaled lightly and smiled at Ziyan and Ziyi. "It's okay, we have a way to break it." Hearing this, the two of them were startled. Then, joy appeared on their faces as they heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing smiled and opened his arms slightly. He took a deep breath and then put his hands together to form a series of complicated seals. Following the changes of his hand seals, a shocking fluctuation appeared in this sealed space. This great formation seemed to know what he was doing and wanted to activate. 9 Heavens Spirit Formation. Refine. However, before the illusory time maze domain activated, Yun Nuoshing's hand seals paused. The golden energy that filled his body gushed out like a tsunami. He clenched his fist and a palm-sized formation core appeared in his hand. Then it suddenly expanded. The nine heavens spirit formation was the origin formation of the divine body. The power of the formation increased as the number of spiritual objects that the divine body could contain increased. It could be used to construct a formation that could be used by the divine body. Other than being used to fight enemies, it could also be used for refining. This kind of refining was more for refining the energy in the body. The nine heavens spirit formation expanded until it was the same size as the illusory time maze domain. Yun Nuoxing's hand seals changed again, and the great formation suddenly spun and smashed towards the ladder. Then, under the nervous gazes of the few people, the two cores of the great formation slowly touched. Chi. There was no violent explosion as expected. As soon as the nine heavens spirit concealment formation was attached to it, the illusory time lost domain erupted with a shocking amount of energy. However, when the energy came into contact with the formation, it melted into nothingness like snow. Then traces of dark yellow energy were extracted from the formation and poured into the nine heavens spirit concealment formation. In just a few seconds, the energy that covered the entire formation was close to being exhausted. While the nine heavens spirit concealment formation was refining the illusory time lost domain, Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt that the ladder's pure time force was rapidly being broken down into primitive energy particles by the nine heavens spirit concealment formation. What shocked him was that after the nine heavens spirit concealment formation absorbed the time force, he could clearly feel a pure, dark, yellow energy appearing in his body without any warning. It's true, Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a while. Although he had expected it, he didn't expect it to really be able to refine the time energy. After a while, with a thought, he refined the pure time energy and integrated it into his body. After a while, the illusory time maze domain completely collapsed due to the lack of energy. As the dark yellow barrier disappeared, Yun Nuoxing and the others once again saw the chilling darkness. Behind them, there was a bright golden light. Obviously, they were still at the bottom of the sea. Thousands of miles away from where Yun Nuoxing and the others were, a young man slowly opened his eyes and looked in their direction. He took a deep breath and muttered, "The illusory time maze domain has been broken." Spiritual, godly body, the young man said faintly. Then, the corners of his mouth that seemed to be stiff actually curled into a smile. "That's interesting." As his voice fell, the young man slowly stood up and took one last look at the place where the sea and sky merged. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Only his voice gradually dissipated. "I still need a little more time." "Wait, it won't be too long." At the bottom of the sea, Yun Nuoxing stretched and put away the nine heavens soul concealment array. Then, with a strange smile, he looked at Yuan Shi and spread out his right hand. A wave of energy with specks of starlight slowly surged out and gathered in the center of his palm. Then, the power of the stars retracted into his body, leaving behind a head-sized dark yellow energy. The space around this energy seemed to distort. Time energy? Seeing this obvious symbol, Yuan Shi suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and covered his mouth in disbelief. He forced himself not to scream out loud. His fish eyes were opened so wide that they were about to split open. "Calm down, calm down." Yun Nuoxing smiled slightly. The time energy was a mysterious power that only those who had reached the God level could come into contact with. Before reaching that level, even the God Emperor did not have the right to possess it. However, Yun Nuoxing's palm condensed a real ball of time energy. This time energy is the feedback from refining his illusory time maze domain, Yun Nuoxing explained with a smile. "If that's the case, he's not rushing over to deliver energy to you." Ziyin covered her mouth as she laughed and said. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. That was not wrong. Although he did not obtain the sea prison flame, He unexpectedly obtained the time energy. It was a small compensation. Anyway, now, I seem to be able to barely, very barely, abnormally barely control time. Although it's just a little, Yin Nuoshing laughed dryly. Then, under the curious gazes of the two people, he turned around and stretched out his hand. He clenched his fist, and as he clenched his fist, the churning magma beneath him actually stopped moving for an instant. Stopping time was an ability that belonged to the gods. Now, Yun Nuoshing, who was still at the immortal stage, displayed it. Chapter 387. That's a leap. She hasn't even mastered the power of space, but she mastered the power of time first. Yuanshi couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly when he saw that scene. The people around him were getting more and more abnormal. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and smiled strangely. Her entire body suddenly became as bright as a star. Under the light element, there was even a thin layer of the power of time. The combination of the two could definitely frighten people to death. Xian, who had just regained his senses, turned pale with fright when he saw Yun Nuoshing's appearance. He then saw the excitement on Yun Nuoshing's face. How could he not know that this little fool was excited because she had obtained a new power? From the looks of it, she was going to fly rapidly again. However, despite being frightened, Xian immediately hugged Yun Nuoshing and the two girls tightly. Yuan Shi, who hadn't recovered from his shock and was still muttering to himself, suddenly screamed in a golden light at the bottom of the sea. A golden light rushed to the surface like a volcanic eruption. Accompanying the golden light was a mournful cry. Bang! Yun Nuoshing, who was in a state of excitement, suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. The pendant under her clothes suddenly shone brightly, and a colorful scroll appeared in her hand. At this moment, the scroll that hadn't reacted and hadn't been seen before was emitting a faint warmth. She was also acting strangely. Yun Nuoshing's sprinting figure didn't stop abruptly. The excitement on her face faded, and her heart was beating like a drum, making her restless. She stared intently at the gorgeous scroll surrounded by several layers of energy particles and narrowed her eyes slightly. This scroll was taken from Mu Ingzi's tomb by Yun Nuoshing. Although she had asked Mu Ingzi about it before, he didn't tell her anything. It seemed like even he didn't know what it was. Ever since she obtained it, she hadn't investigated it because the scroll couldn't be opened no matter what. She even used the Netherworld Ruins sword to knock on it, but there was still no reaction. However, at this moment, there was a slight reaction. Clearly, it was because of the deep sea. Perhaps it was in the lava world at the bottom of the sea. When Xianyin first saw the scroll, she was a little shocked and a little confused. Thinking about how she said that this scroll was left behind by a god, Yun Nuoshing felt a little restless. A god stood at the pinnacle of this world. Yun Nuoshing hadn't personally witnessed the power of a god, but he had seen Xianyin disregard everything and bring him across the Milky Way. He had a rough idea of what a god was like. A god could probably make the entire world submit to her. A scroll left behind by a god was enough to cause a bloodbath in the world of the gods. Countless gods had gone to the underground palace of the god of the glaze. However, the underground palace was empty, and there was nothing in it. There was only a strange Jiuchong Hall, which seemed to have lost its reputation. Like an arrow, Yun Nuoshing shot towards the surface of the sea. He looked at the people beside him, who had their eyes tightly shut. He couldn't help but glance behind him. However, he had already left the bottom of the sea at full speed. Behind him, there was only an empty, pitch-black void. The restlessness in his heart lasted for a long time before Yun Nuoshing gradually suppressed it. He slowly exhaled and kept the scroll. He didn't turn back and rush down, even though he knew that there was something there that could trigger a reaction from the scroll. He also understood how dangerous a place that concerned a god was. Although he had many godly weapons in his hands, he didn't think that he could safely barge in and escape unscathed. The next time I see Xian, we'll talk about it again. Yun Nuoshing muttered in his heart. Then he heaved a huge sigh of relief. If he went there now, he would definitely be courting death. However, if he brought a god with him, there shouldn't be any danger. It's rare that you can resist the urge to turn back and rush down. Just as he finished speaking, Ziya's voice rang out, giving him a fright. An item left behind by a god. This level of temptation is enough to make even a god emperor go crazy. I didn't expect that our little star would turn a blind eye to it. Ziyi smiled. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and said, I'm not that stupid. I still remember what happened in the heavenly god Glaze's underground palace. I don't have the right to turn back and rush down like that. What if I die? Yun Nuoshing paused for a moment before asking, You really don't know what this is? To be honest, he thought that Ziyi should know something. She could even recognize the mark of the heavenly god of that era, Song Yen Lushing. He couldn't figure out what she didn't know, even though she always said that she just happened to know. I don't know. Ziyi shook her head and said, This colorful scroll doesn't have any special markings, and it doesn't have any energy smell that I know. There are also no ancient books that specifically record this thing. No matter how you ask me, it's useless. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. This scroll was completely useless. There was nothing on it, and it couldn't be opened. None of the people around him knew what was recorded on it. Xian Yin seemed to have some clues, but she couldn't confirm it. Lan Xian also didn't know anything. Ziyi obviously didn't know anything either. However, I don't know what's below, but I can guess that the thing below should have something to do with you. Ziya's sudden words shocked Yun Nuoshing so much that his mind went blank. He almost stopped breathing. Or, rather, it has something to do with the divine body. Ziyi felt that he might have misunderstood something. She quickly added, Your blood is boiling. It should have something to do with your physique. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that there was something below that had something to do with his past. He almost couldn't control himself and wanted to rush down. Could it be something left behind by the divine body of the previous generation? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yun Nuoshing swallowed his saliva. If it really had something to do with the divine body of the previous generation, he would have to make a trip down there in the future. Yun Nuoshing had always wanted to see what the previous generation's godly physique looked like. However, only when a godly physique of receiving souls disappeared would another godly physique be born. In other words, every generation of godly physiques of receiving souls would not see another godly physique of receiving souls. However, even if he could not see the real person, he would be satisfied to see the things left behind, just like the cultivation scroll he obtained in the Tana's water god temple. After he sprinted for a distance with his people, his thundering heartbeat finally calmed down. He heaved a sigh of relief. His heartbeat was so loud that he could hear it clearly. Perhaps it really had something to do with his physique. After all, his soul didn't seem to have any special reaction. With the help of the power of time and the element of light, Yun Nuoshing traveled extremely quickly. In less than 10 minutes, he felt that the pressure of the seawater had plummeted. Obviously, they weren't far from the surface. Yun Nuoshing slowly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He looked back at the pitch-black underwater world and muttered in his heart, I will come again in the future. Plop! On the quiet surface of the sea, there was no wind or waves. A huge silver ship stood quietly on the surface of the sea. The sea was still as silent as ever. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of something breaking through the water. Then 1,000 feet tall wave exploded on the surface of the sea, almost overturning the silver ship. Then a few figures surrounded by light rushed into the sky and stopped in the sky. Finally, they slowly landed on the ship. We finally left that damned place. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but smile as he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. This underwater adventure had really frightened them. Although they didn't obtain their original goal, they had received an equally precious compensation. Yes, we finally stopped. Yuanxi's pale face curled up into a smile with difficulty. Just as he muttered that, he suddenly collapsed on the side of the ship and fainted. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. Little star, you're so naughty. Xian's pretty face was also pale. Her jade-like hands were already glued to Yun Nuoshing's body and couldn't be pulled away. They hadn't even gotten used to the speed they usually traveled at, but now they were given the speed of light enhanced by the power of time. No matter who it was, they couldn't stand it. Good girl, go to sleep. You'll be fine when you wake up. Yun Nuoshing grinned and gently patted Xian's head. Yin blankly nodded her head, and just like that, she fell asleep while hanging on his body. As for the two girls, Feng Ming, they had already fallen asleep long ago. Suddenly, only Yun Nuoshing, this one awake person, was left on the entire ship. After settling everyone down, Yun Nuoshing sat cross-legged on the ship and took out the treasure map. He looked at their current location, then glanced at the ruins in the upper right corner, then looked to the south at the distant Fanyan Mountain. He took a deep breath, looking at the northern sky. Yun Nuoshing lowered his head to look at the beauty sleeping on his lap. The smile on his face slowly widened, looking at her sleeping posture. He suddenly remembered the scene of their first meeting, that peach blossom forest, that chance encounter. Well, let's go to the historical remains as soon as possible. After that, let's turn around and go to the Fengyan Mountain. We need to quickly heal this girl's body. Yun Nuoshing muttered to himself as he gently rubbed Ziyan's head with his palm. There's a sour smell of love. Suddenly, Yuanxi, who was supposed to be unconscious, struggled to wake up. He said this rather weakly, giving Yun Nuoshing a big fright. Hey, didn't you pass out? Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes, then froze for a moment. His handsome face turned red, and he slapped him across the air. He roared, "What sour smell of love? We're not. Besides, don't you have a sour smell of love? And it's very strong." After being slapped by Yun Nuoshing, she almost fainted again. After hearing this, he laughed a few times. Then, he suddenly quieted down. His expression changed slightly. He looked a little gloomy, as if he was a little nervous. What's wrong? Seeing him like this, Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. He casually swept his gaze across the surface of the sea, thinking that he had seen something. However, he didn't find anything. I feel a little uneasy. My right eyelid keeps twitching, as if something is going to happen. Yuanxi sighed and muttered as he lay on the ship. Uneasy, Yun Nuoshing wanted to retort, but he didn't say anything. It was as if he had tacitly agreed. He nodded, looked at the sky in the northeast, and took a deep breath. Why? Do you have this feeling too? Yuanxi turned his head and smiled. I thought you would say that I, a dignified cultivator, actually believe in this kind of superstition. If you believe it, then it exists. If you don't believe it, then it doesn't exist. Yun Nuoshing raised a finger in front of his mouth, closed his right eye, and smiled mysteriously. However, I personally believe in it because... Yun Nuoshing muttered. He looked up at the transparent sky and sighed. I also feel that there's something strange. Chapter 388. On the boundless ocean, a silver-white ship was traveling at high speed. The waves on both sides of the ship were splashing a few meters high. The ship seemed to be in a hurry, as if there were soldiers chasing after it. However, on this calm ocean, this lonely ship was the only one that seemed lifeless. The people on the ship did not seem to be in a hurry. They were all sitting cross-legged on the ship with their eyes closed. There was even a gust of energy circling around them. It was obvious that they had entered a state of cultivation. The journey was long, and cultivating was the best way to pass the time. The only downside was that it was too boring. On the path of cultivation, if one did not advance, one would fall behind. Yun Nuoshing and the others knew this very well. During the long journey, when they had nothing to do, they obediently sat down cross-legged to cultivate. They were not the only ones who were monotonous and dull. The sea area they were in was also dull and dull. It was a uniform blue, as if there were no other colors in the world. This journey had already lasted for more than a month. For Yun Nuoshing and the others who were used to traveling long distances, this period of time was just a blink of an eye. They opened their eyes to welcome the morning sun, closed their eyes to send off the bright moon. Day after day, along the way, there were no soldiers chasing after them. The golden guy did not appear again. It was so peaceful that it was as if nothing had happened. After leaving the abyss, Ming and little purple soul once again entered a state of listening. One day, Yun Nuoshing and the others also began to listen out of curiosity. The result was obvious. After a day, they did not hear anything. It was just as Ziyi had said, that only the two girls could hear it. In a trance, a month had passed unknowingly. When the first rays of the morning sun shone down from the horizon and sprinkled on the silver-white ship, Yun Nuoshing took out the treasure map almost mechanically. He looked at the red dot on the map numbly. Just as he was about to put it away habitually, he was stunned for a moment. He stared at the red dot on the map. When he looked at the background under the red dot, his empty eyes surged with color. Meow, we're finally here. An excited shout woke the people on the ship from their cultivation state. The girl in purple seemed to be startled and was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses. When she saw Yun Nuoshing dancing with joy, she couldn't help but purse her lips and smile. We're here. Yuanshi exited from his cultivation state. He propped himself up on the ship's deck and nudged his but to Yun Nuoshing's side. He glanced at the treasure map and heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled bitterly and said, We're finally here. 1 month is neither long nor short. Why does it feel especially long this time? Nuoshing, why don't you use the light element next time? Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing stopped and let out a strange laugh. Tilting his head, he looked at Yuanshi and said, I wonder which guy told me to slow down because he couldn't stand the light element. When Yuanshi heard this, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. When they first came up from the bottom of the sea, it was indeed him who told Yun Nuoshing not to use the speed of light to travel. Xian stretched lazily. Her beautiful figure was wrapped in her dress, showing off her perfect curves. A certain 2 people on the ship stared straight at her. When she was about to turn her gaze, they suddenly looked away. Is this the entrance to the ruins? Xian yawned and said somewhat lazily. Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly and looked at the sea in front of them. He said, This is a little in front of the entrance to the ruins. I don't dare to drive directly into the ruins. Something will happen. After all, this was an area that was classified as being on the same level as the Forbidden Zone. It would be dangerous to casually barge in. Even a high-ranking god wouldn't dare to walk in with his hands in his pockets. Yun Nuoshing's evil spirit, I passed through the thick seawater and looked straight underwater. She was stunned. What came into view was an ancient and glorious palace complex. It looked like a temple used for worship. Countless huge stone pillars rose from the seabed, and the green leaves of time climbed up the palace complex. The swaying seaweed was like a pendulum, and the corners of the spirit beast totems were reflected in the stone pillars. Although it was called a temple, it looked more like an ancient city that had stood for thousands of years without falling. Even if it was covered by plants, one could still see its former majesty. The white jade buildings were endless, and the walls that were several meters high divided the ancient city into many areas. The giant palace in the center revealed a prehistoric aura, and the ancient energy pressure made people breathless. It was as majestic as a god, but lonely, and people couldn't help but worship it. Yun Nuoshing swallowed his saliva and looked away. He couldn't help but continue to look. He quickly scanned the city, wanting to engrave it in his heart. Wang. However, he didn't look for long before his vision suddenly became blurry. The scene in front of his eyes dissipated like bubbles and melted into the water. This sudden change shocked Yun Nuoshing. Before he could react, his entire vision had become pitch black. He couldn't see anything, and only darkness existed that could devour life. Yun Nuoshing's first reaction was to close his evil spirit eye. When he opened it again, what he saw was still an azure blue ocean. There was also a faintly discernible dark green at the bottom of the ocean. He was stunned for a moment because he remembered that the last scene he saw was pitch black, as if his vision had been blocked. Seeing that he could see clearly without using his evil spirit eye, Yun Nuoshing scratched his head in confusion. He opened his evil spirit eye again and stared at the ruins under the ocean. However, he could only see darkness. It was so dark that it made his whole body shiver. However, when he raised his head, he could see a normal scenery. What's going on? This strange phenomenon caused him to be stunned. Although his vision had been blocked by the aura of the rocks in the past, he didn't expect that this ruins would also have such an indescribable aura that blocked his evil spirit eye. Furthermore, the blocking was very thorough. He couldn't see anything at all, as if he was blind. Could it be that there was something in this ancient city? Yun Nuoshing tilted his head, his eyes casually swaying. When he looked down, he saw balls of dark green energy, causing him to be a little startled as he muttered, "The aura of life? The aura of life. There's people or fish." After Yuanshi heard this, he was stunned. Although he didn't hear this term often, he could immediately distinguish it and quickly asked, "It should be humans, right?" Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and said, "I'm not too sure. I only feel that this green aura of life should belong to the human race. The merfolk's aura is dark blue." Of course, he knew what Yuan Shi was referring to by fish. That's strange. Wasn't this place also said to be a land of death? Why would there be people running here? Shouldn't they be avoiding it? Yuan Shi said doubtfully. "How would I know?" Yun Nuoshing curled his lips. He looked at the ancient city below, then looked down at the bottom of the ocean, where he couldn't see anything. He sighed and said, "We'll know once we take a look. No matter what it is, there are living things down there." What a casual guy. Yuanshi rolled his eyes and said, since they had decided to take action, the few of them didn't delay. They carried the two girls who were meditating, then took a deep breath. Yun Nuoshing twisted his neck and said with a smile, "Let's go. It's been a long time since we last went to the sea." Splash! After Yun Nuoshing finished speaking, he plunged into the sea. Behind him, Yuan Shi and Yuan. She smiled bitterly and quickly jumped into the sea as well. As waves splashed on the surface of the sea became lifeless once again. It was as silent as death. Under the clear blue sea, a few huge bubbles floated to the surface of the water from time to time. The dark green palace walls were like a group of solemn guards, guarding the ancient city and driving away all life that came close to the ancient city. The swaying seaweed and corals reflected colorful shapes under the water. Accompanied by naughty shoals of fish, they looked like a group of dancing girls. The ancient city stood on the seabed, and one's gaze moved along its structure. Gradually, one's gaze drifted to the huge trench. On the other seabed, there were many dilapidated buildings. Just like the solemn ancient city, they were all covered by dark green seaweed. Although the number was much less compared to the ancient city, they were separated by the two sides of the trench. It was as if a divine sword had split the seabed into two, and even a part of the ancient city was cut open. The trench also perfectly turned the ancient city into a peninsula. The ancient city was built on a cliff, and surrounding it was a sea abyss. It was as if it was built on the top of a cliff, guarding the border. The surrounding terrain was lower and lower. The entire ancient city was roughly divided into 3 levels. It was at least 1,000 feet high, and the top was about 100 meters away from touching the surface of the water. The corals and seaweed grew around the ruins and had already become a part of the ruins. There was nothing strange about it at all. On the lowest level, there was a broken bridge that protruded out of the ancient city. There were about 10 young people standing on it. They were all dressed in black, with the word "Ye" written in flamboyant calligraphy on their backs. They were no stranger to Yun Nuoshing's attire, which symbolized their status. It was the symbol of the well-known Nightwalker Alliance. These people looked to be about 20 years old, but their auras were very strong. They were obviously not ordinary people, especially the young man standing at the front. He stood there casually, but his aura surged naturally, causing the water to seem to solidify. Even the space around him was slightly distorted. These people seemed to want to go into the ruins to take a look, but they were not in a hurry to act. The young man in the lead had his hands behind his back. His small beard made him look like a lion. His eyes were staring at the ruins in front of him without blinking. He was motionless, as if he was in a hunting state, ready to pounce on his prey at any time and give it a fatal blow. Those are people from the Nightwalker Alliance. Behind a small mountain that was separated from the ancient city by a trench, Yun Nuoshing and the others suddenly poked their heads out and looked at the people on the broken bridge from afar. The familiar symbol made them startled. Yes, it's them. Yuanshi nodded. Although he was a little surprised, he did not seem too surprised. The people of the Nightwalker Alliance often went to some dangerous places to look for forgotten ruins, history, and some rare treasures. Everyone knew about this kind of thing. It was not surprising to see them outside the Forbidden Zone. Then why don't they go in? Yun Nuoshing scratched her head and asked, It is said that this ruin has a protective array. It seems that there is also a barrier. I'm not sure. They are probably waiting for the barrier to dissipate. Yuanshi thought for a while and said, while they were talking, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the empty ruins, causing Yun Nuoshing and the others to shift their attention and quickly check it out. The person who came out was also a young man. His majestic aura completely covered his body, pushing away the surrounding seawater. After he rushed out of the ruins, he quickly came to the group of people from the Nightwalker Alliance. Then he stood beside the young man in the lead and respectfully clasped his hands. Leader, the barrier of the ruins has indeed dissipated. Moreover, it must have dissipated for a period of time. There are not even many traces of energy left. The young man who came out said. Hearing this, the young man nodded. He raised his head and looked at the ruins of the huge ancient city that was thousands of feet high. He muttered to himself, the holy city of the Merfolk clan. We have waited for 300 years. Finally, we can enter safely. The holy city of the Merfolk clan? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. It is said that the Merfolk clan was still a large group. When they were not divided into so many branches, the city left behind by the first Merfolk god in history was protected by the Merfolk clan as a sacred place. In their eyes, this city was as sacred as the residence of a god. Its name was… Yuanshi said softly. However, when he said the name, he frowned. It seemed that he could not remember the name of this so-called holy city of the Merfolk clan. It was the capital of life. The Merfolk god who became a god was the god of life. Just as Yuanshi was racking his brains, Lon Xian, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly appeared and said something. The god of life. Yun Nuoshing wrinkled his nose. Since Lon Xian knew about it, this so-called capital of life should have existed since the mythological era. However, everyone present had seen many relics of the gods. Hence, when they heard Lon Xian's words, they were not too surprised even if they guessed this. After saying this, Lon Xian retreated into Yun Nuoshing's body. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. Ever since he refined the colored glazed divine crystal in his soul, Lon Xian rarely came out. This was because she had hidden in his soul and refined it together with Zi Yi. Even though they refined it day and night, there was still no reaction from the colored glazed divine crystal. However, before we go in, let's entertain the guests first. When Yun Nuoshing and the others were muttering, the young man slowly turned around. His eyes stared straight at the short mountain in the distance. Then he smiled slightly, which surprised Yun Nuoshing. He did not expect to be discovered at such a distance, and even after concealing his aura, we are exposed. Yuanshi smiled bitterly. Chapter 389. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and laughed dryly. Well, after all, he's a netherworld king. It's useless no matter how hard we try to hide, unless the heaven-grade netherworld weapons are in perfect condition. Now, the netherworld ruins soared, and the others can't sense us. Friends from afar, why don't you come out for a chat? The ruins are world-class cultural relics that everyone in the world can see. You may not believe me, but can you believe in the badge on my back? The young man who looked like a lion transmitted his voice again, causing the surrounding sea to echo with his voice. He wanted Yun Nuoshing and the others to come out. Hearing this determined voice, Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He didn't understand why this person wanted to see them. However, he wasn't worried. Although the Nightwalker Alliance was a little strange, it was still an open and upright alliance. They probably wouldn't do things like killing and robbing. Thinking of this, he nodded, turned around, and rolled his eyes at the others. Then he walked out first. Xian and the others saw this and hesitated for a moment before walking out from behind the small mountain. When the young man saw the few figures walking out from behind the small mountain, he raised his head slightly and took a closer look. A hint of surprise flashed past the depths of his eyes. It seemed that something was out of his expectations. However, this expression was hidden before anyone could see it. Since he had already shown himself, Yun Nuoshing simply swam towards the young man. As soon as his feet stepped on the broken bridge, the people of the Nightwalker Alliance suddenly stood in 2 rows with their hands behind their backs. Their eyes were filled with determination as they looked diagonally upwards. They formed a passage, placing Yun Nuoshing and the others, and the young man in the middle. The sudden grand formation gave Yun Nuoshing a shock. Looking at them, it seemed that they were just short of kneeling and kowtowing in unison and shouting, "Welcome, young master." However, the young man didn't have any special reaction. It seemed that this way of welcoming guests was also a unique way of the Nightwalker Alliance. The 2 of them looked at each other with a distance of a few meters between them. Neither of them spoke. Yun Nuoshing didn't know what to say. He could only reach out and poke Yuanshi behind him, implying that he should hurry up and say something. The atmosphere was so awkward. "Little guys, what are you doing in the ruins? It's very dangerous here." It's not a place where you little brats should come to. In the end, it was the young man who started the conversation, which made the others feel relieved. We also want to enter the ruins to take a look. Yun Nuoshing smiled sweetly, causing goosebumps to appear all over her body. The few people who were watching by the side couldn't help but shudder. Oh my God, this smile, why was it even more terrifying than a sinister smile? Uncle, can you tell us more about this ruin? Yun Nuoshing smiled sweetly again. She looked like she was only 14 or 15 years old, and her eyes were always flickering with an innocent look. She also looked like a girl and spoke sweetly. Maybe if she was in a good mood, her desire to protect him would increase greatly, and she would bring him to explore the ruins. With a netherworld king expert accompanying him, his safety would be much higher. Of course, this was what Violet Knight had told him. With his personality, he would never say something so disgusting. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. Xian and the others also couldn't stand his sweet words, and their bodies trembled countless times. The young man felt a little awkward when he heard this, but he didn't feel too uncomfortable. After listening to Yun Nuoshing's words, he frowned and then closed his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about something, but also seemed to be sensing something. The aura flowing around his body retracted back into his body, causing the latter to stick out her tongue and not disturb him. After all, bringing along a few burdens was actually quite troublesome. If they weren't careful, they might even be in danger. After a long while, the young man slowly opened his eyes and stared straight at Yun Nuoshing's chest, the pendant under her chest. Then he took a deep breath, turned his gaze to her eyes, and said, "Little guy, do you have the token of our Nightwalker Alliance?" "Token?" Yun Nuoshing stared blankly. The young man nodded and saw her doubts. He stretched out his hand and wiped the bracelet. Then a yellow token appeared in his hand. The young man stretched out his hand so that Yun Nuoshing could see a little more clearly. The token was in the shape of a shield, and the word Yi was written in a flamboyant style in the center. It was very charming. Seeing this slightly familiar token, Yun Nuoshing stared blankly for a moment. She seemed to have seen this token somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it. She saw her pondering appearance and was also startled. He didn't know that Yun Nuoshing had a relationship with the people of the Nightwalker Alliance because he had never heard her mention it. However, the Nine Elements Temple often talked about it. It seems. Her eyes suddenly stopped moving. Yun Nuoshing suddenly raised her head and looked at the familiar token for a while. A scene from her memory emerged. It was in a red valley when she, Yuin, and Ming were traveling together. They saved a person named He-Hai. It seemed that He-Hai gave her an azure token. It seemed that He-Hai also wrote the word Yi on it. It looked similar. Could it be that they were the same? Yun Nuoshing touched her nose and thought for a while. Then she took out the token that He-Hai gave her and showed it to the young man. The moment she saw the token, the young man suddenly stared with her dead fish eyes. She swallowed her saliva with difficulty and sucked in a breath of cold air. She looked at Yun Nuoshing with bewilderment, as if she had seen something terrifying. Boom! The people standing on both sides suddenly knelt on one knee. Even though they were in the sea, the sound of the heavy impact could still be heard clearly. It gave Yun Nuoshing and the others a fright. After the shock, the young man quivered and hurriedly took a step back. She bowed and cupped her hands. Cold sweat flowed down her face. The sudden change made Yun Nuoshing, who hadn't recovered from her shock, panic. A god, an underworld expert, knelt on the ground to welcome her, and a king of hell expert bowed her head. What kind of monster would receive such treatment? Just when he was at a loss of what to do, the young man's shout stunned them even more. "Greetings, great elder." Just those 3 words made Yun Nuoshing's jaw drop. Great Elder? The dying person she had casually saved was actually the famous Great Elder of the Nightwalker Alliance in the Myriad God realm. Seeing the token was the same as seeing the person. As long as Yun Nuoshing held the token given to her by He Hai, she would be able to enjoy the treatment of being the Great Elder of the Nightwalker Alliance. For a power that covered the entire Myriad God realm and controlled half of the resources, this title could be said to have the power to summon the wind and summon the rain. Only by standing at such a height could one understand the meaning of monstrous authority. No, Yun Nuoshing suddenly shouted in a low voice, pulling herself out of her imagination. She shook her head fiercely and looked at the young man, who had his head lowered. She hurriedly said, "Get up. No, please get up. No. Senior, please get up. There must be some misunderstanding." Although this title was very tempting, Yun Nuoshing wouldn't use it for no reason and with a clear conscience. As the saying goes, weight can crush people to death. This subordinate definitely wouldn't mistake the Great Elder's token. Every token given to the elders of the Nightwalker Alliance is unique. The young man still bowed with his head lowered. His words were sonorous and forceful, completely treating Yun Nuoshing, who was standing in front of him, as the Great Elder of the Nightwalker Alliance. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't even know what to do. The Great Elder has been missing for many years and has only returned to the Alliance not long ago. Little brother, since you have received the Great Elder's token, it means that the Great Elder has acknowledged you. The Great Elder has also mentioned you in the meeting. Little brother, you don't have to be so restrained. Those who have joined the Alliance are all family. If you want to enter the ruins, you must let this subordinate accompany you. It will be my supreme honor to be able to help you. The young man stood up straight, placed his palm flat on his chest, and said very respectfully, "Elder, please give the order." The people on both sides suddenly stood up straight like pillars and shouted in a loud and respectful voice. Yun Nuoshing was dumbfounded. He kept muttering in his heart, "That strange fellow, why did he mention him? For no reason." He had nothing to say. He had just casually saved a person. Was there a need to give him such a valuable gift? Moreover, now that he thought about it, he didn't even know if his rescue measures were useful. To be able to get this title, be worshipped by the Underworld King experts, and make the Underworld God experts so loyal to him, this He Hai should be an expert at the peak of the Underworld Emperor level or even an Emperor God level expert. Would the healing done by an expert of that level when he was still a mere mortal really work? However, no matter what happened back then, he had indeed received the Great Elder's token from He Hai, and there were more than 10 God experts around him, for no reason. The safety factor in entering the ruins was indeed much higher. Yun Nuoshing thought about it, sighed, and reluctantly accepted it. He didn't care about anything else. Now that he wanted to explore the ruins, he would use these people as his bodyguards. "All right, then please lend us a hand." After thinking for a long time, Yun Nuoshing could only say this sentence, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Elder, you're too kind." Everyone shouted in unison. Looking at the few people who had changed from strangers to subordinates in just a few minutes, Xian and the others didn't know what to say. Therefore, they could only open their eyes, look left and right, and then laugh bitterly. The tokens of the Nightwalker Alliance, from low to high, have the following colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, and gold. The Great Elder's token is indigo, and it also has a trace of the Elder's own aura, so we can sense it. Even if it is hidden in an artifact, the tokens can still resonate with each other. After deciding on the itinerary, Yun Nuoshing and the others didn't procrastinate. They pulled the young man along as they listened to his introduction. The young man's name was Emo Yinhua, and he was an elder in the Nightwalker Alliance. However, his position was much lower than He Hai's. This time, they came to the ruins on He Hai's orders to investigate. As for whether they could enter or not, it was up to them to improvise. The token is a symbol of identity. With the token, you can also get help from the Nightwalker Alliance, from asking for directions to seeking revenge. Everything is not a problem. As long as you have enough authority, the Alliance can solve everything, Emo Yunhua said. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. To be able to help in seeking revenge, this involved a wide range of things. It was even too wide. However, the premise was that he had enough authority. However, the token in his hand seemed to have a very high level of authority. I don't know when the enchantment of the ruins disappeared. It is now in an open state. We have been squatting here for half a month, and no one has come. Emo Yinhua paused, and his gaze suddenly turned to the northwest. After a while, he said, "This was the holy city of the merfolk. I thought that they would enter here as soon as the seal was lifted, but now it seems that they didn't take it seriously at all. And it is said that there are ghosts here. Are you sure you want to go in?" Emo Yinhua turned his gaze and looked straight at Yun Nuoxing, asking carefully. Chapter 390. Haunted. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. For cultivators, like them, ghosts were actually a kind of living creature formed by yin qi. They usually existed in places with extreme yin qi, such as cemeteries, although water was yin qi, and the ocean was also a place where yin qi was slightly stronger. It was not strong enough to give birth to yin spirits. Of course, there was another saying. The so-called haunted was the soul. Because the resentment left behind in its life had turned into an evil spirit, it refused to dissipate and still stayed in the world, causing trouble everywhere. What kind of trouble? Yun Nuoxing knocked on his head. He really couldn't think of a group of yin spirits floating at the bottom of the sea, or a group of souls that hadn't dissipated. So he had to ask, "Well, actually, I'm not too sure. Those who know about this are all dead." Emo Yinhua said faintly, "Dead?" Yun Nuoxing shuddered. What did he mean by "those who know about this are all dead"? It means literally, before the boundary dissipates, no one who breaks into the ruins will survive. From the moment they enter, it's equivalent to being sentenced to death. No matter how strong a person is or how high their divinity is, they will all be buried inside and turn into another resentful spirit in the ruins. They will wander around for thousands or even tens of thousands of years without dissipating. Emo Yinhua said. Yun Nuoxing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Nightwalker Alliance was the organization with the widest influence. The information they had was also irreplaceable. Since this elder had said so, then there should not be any problems. Moreover, he had heard many rumors on the way here. He could also judge that the danger level of the ruins might not be inferior to the life forbidden zone. While Yun Nuo and the others were talking, they were gradually approaching the first level of the ruins. The lower level was like a courtyard, divided into square areas by a few towering walls. Green moss and seaweed could be seen everywhere, and the tattered wall had collapsed to one side, blocking the door. There was no trace of life, and when the soles of their feet stepped on the road, a thick layer of dust splashed up. It seemed that no one had set foot here for tens of millions of years. The city wall and the buildings here were a bit taller than common buildings. However, mermen were originally larger than humans in size. Therefore, the buildings here were a bit different in size. However, compared to the buildings on the upper level, which were thousands of meters high, the buildings on the lower level were like small courtyards, which didn't seem to be used for living. The square compartment was empty. Only after a few compartments could they see a round bronze jar. It was 1 meter tall and was embedded in the ground. No matter how hard they tried, They couldn't pull it out. It seemed to be firmly attached to the ruins and couldn't be removed. Besides this bronze jar, there was nothing else in the lower level of the building. "There's nothing here." Yun Nuoshing looked back at the slightly dilapidated lower building and couldn't help but say, "Yes, there is nothing." Mo Yunhua sighed and nodded in disappointment. However, after sighing, he smiled and said, "Have you heard of the division of the demon race?" "What?" Yun Nuoshing shook her head. "The demon race as a whole is similar to the magical beasts. One of the most important divisions is bloodline. The bloodline of the ancient king is the highest status in the demon realm, which is what we call the upper-level demon race. They are the noblest. As for the other demon races, some of them have regressed from the upper-level demon race. The large and small groups have been divided into many different names, forming the demon realm that we know today. The mermen are also part of the demon race, but they don't belong to the upper-level demon race anymore. Even the royal family's bloodline is much thinner than in ancient times." Mo Yunhua paused and said, "However, the term upper level still means noblest among the demon race, just like the ruins on the third level. Even if it's a precious thing, it should be placed on the upper level, right?" Yun Nuoshing continued when she saw that he stopped talking. Mo Yunhua hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. It seemed that there was something that he didn't understand and didn't want to give an ambiguous answer. Even after walking through the entire lower level, Yun Nuoshing and the others still couldn't find anything. There were no ancient words, no sealed holy objects, just an empty shell. However, they also saw some traces that were easy to miss. There should have been something buried in these places. These traces also had traces of movement. It was messy, as if someone was fleeing, casually moving things, and escaping. The stairs leading to the middle level were at the easternmost level of the lower level. At the front of the long slanted stairs, there were 2 stone pillars carved with totems. They were already covered in moss. Long aquatic plants grew on top of one of the stone pillars, while a third of the other pillar had collapsed in front of the stone steps, blocking the stairs. The stairs leading to the middle level were divided into left and right sides. A huge, unknown pattern was drawn on the rock in the middle, separating the stairs. Now, more than half of it was covered by moss. No one present recognized the pattern. When they reached the middle level, Yun Nuoshing suddenly stopped and turned around, startling the people behind him. Then they hurriedly operated their elements and quickly turned around, vigilantly looking around, but they didn't see anything. "What's wrong?" Mo Yunhua, who was walking at the front, also hurriedly stopped and ran to Yun Nuoshing and the others, protecting them behind him, and then asked. Yun Nuoshing frowned and said, "After the enchantment dissipated, no one came in, right?" "That's right." Mo Yunhua was stunned and said, "The enchantment sealed the middle level and the upper level. The lower level can be entered, but this sea area hasn't been visited for 2 months. 2 months ago, the enchantment didn't dissipate. We came here 10 days ago and have been squatting on the lower level, but we didn't sense any life aura." Then, Yun Nuoshing's brows were almost knitted together. He walked to the middle of the stairs leading to the upper level and slowly squatted down. He pointed at the dust on the ground that was pushed to the sides and said, "What left this trace?" Hearing this, Mo Yunhua also squatted down and looked at the place Yun Nuoshing pointed at, frowning. The ruins that hadn't been visited for thousands of years had been occupied by moss and dust. A light step on, it would raise a cloud of dust, leaving a perfect footprint. However, the stone slab here was unusually clean. From the traces, it seemed that something had swept past it, and this shape Yun Nuoshing and the others could only think of a fishtail, a mermaid's tail. Moreover, This trace extended all the way up from the block stairs. It swept past the stairs Yin Nuoshing and the others took, and then spread to the upper level. It doesn't seem like it. Mermaids can't use their fishtails to walk, right? Yuanshi shook his head and said, "It's more like a snake. The curved traces are very similar to a snake," Xian said after thinking for a while. Mo, Yunhua frowned. This was because in the past 10 days, they hadn't sensed any strong or weak life aura. In other words, no living creature had visited this place. Moreover, souls wouldn't leave traces on the floor. In this way, the ghosts in the ruins shouldn't have anything to do with this. However, other than these, he really couldn't think of any other explanation. Unless it was left 10 days ago, but the traces seemed to be left by someone recently, or a powerhouse of that level came personally, and it was a powerhouse of the mermaid race. Only a powerhouse of that level could conceal their source of life, so that Mo Yinhua, who was a powerhouse of the Netherworld King, couldn't sense it. Yin Nuoshing knocked on his head. His finger gently brushed across the floor. He put it in front of his nose and sniffed. Then he was stunned. A familiar smell. Yin Nuoshing murmured softly. No one else heard it. "This smell has a little bit of darkness. I seem to have smelled it from somewhere." Yin Nuoshing frowned. He didn't have much contact with this smell with the power of darkness. It should be said that he hadn't come into contact with anyone with this kind of power. He might have seen something by accident during his travels. After a while, Yin Nuoshing suddenly raised his head. An image appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but spit out a name from his mouth. Taotai. When they were outside the Tana's water god temple, they saw the huge shadow of Taotai. If they hadn't used the whirlpool zither, they might have been annihilated there. At that time, when they were fighting against the shadow of Taotai, the energy that lingered between heaven and earth seemed to be that kind of energy with the smell of darkness. The difference was that the smell of darkness here, even if it was just a remnant, was countless times stronger than that of the shadow outside the temple. Could it be that there was a real Taotai in the capital of life, a ferocious beast left behind from the ancient times? Gulp. Thinking of this, Yin Nuoshing couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. If that kind of thing really revived, their group would probably die. This trip would become their closing performance. Jin Jinwang said that every time Taotai revived, all the powerhouses in the world would come out. In the end, even if a celestial powerhouse appeared, they could only seal it. They couldn't completely destroy it. In order to maintain the stability of the realm of the gods, the last thing Yin Nuoshing did was to strengthen the seal on it. And if they encountered this thing that even the celestial powerhouses were afraid of, even if he used the whirlpool zither, he might not be able to escape with everyone. Even if a celestial powerhouse came, it would be useless. How could a guy with a godhead weapon like him resist? What's wrong? Your face is pale. The first to notice that something was wrong with Yin Nuoshing was Xian. Seeing his handsome face pale, she couldn't help but be stunned. She crouched down beside him and asked with concern, her lily-white hand gently stroking his forehead. The slightly cool touch pulled Yin Nuoshing back from his fantasy. He took a light breath and came back to his senses. Looking at the pretty face that was only a few inches away from him, he smiled, indicating that he was fine. Pulling Xian to stand up, Yin Nuoshing looked at Mo Yunhua and asked carefully, "That elder, do you know about the four beasts?" "For beasts?" Hearing this name, Mo Yunhua's face froze in an instant, and a very deep fear flashed through the depths of his eyes. Yin Nuoshing saw it clearly, and he couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't expect that just hearing the name could make a god so scared. What did these four fiendish beasts do in the end? Well, I just want to ask, The four beasts are still in a sealed state and haven't woken up yet. Does Elder know where they are sealed? Yun Nuoshing asked. Sealed place? His stiff face was covered up. In an instant, Mo Yunhua came back to his senses, and after thinking for a long time, he said, among the four beasts, except for Tao Tai, who has a specific sealed place, the other three have not been mentioned. Moreover, the other three have not been seen for a long time. The last time they were seen was in the previous era, the ancient era. Where is Tao Tai sealed? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. How could there be no news? Let me think. Mo Yunhua knocked on his head and thought for a long time. He glanced at Yun Nuoshing hesitantly and said, it's probably in the Kuan-Yuan region, but I don't know the specific location. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief. Tao Tai was sealed in the Kuan-Yuan region, and he didn't know whether the other three beasts were dead or alive. Just take it that it was dead. This dark smell should be something else, he thought so easily. I say, little brother, don't be stupid. These things are not fun. If there were two options, entering the forbidden zone of life and seeing Tao Tai, I would definitely choose the former without hesitation. The four beasts are existences that are not afraid of gods. Seeing his relaxed expression, Mo Yunhua immediately panicked and hurriedly reminded him, don't worry, I'm not interested in them. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing laughed involuntarily. Mo Yunhua thought that he wanted to find the four beasts. He just wanted to confirm what kind of ghosts were here. He was not interested in looking for those ghosts. That's good, Mo Yunhua said. Since ancient times, even god spirits have not been able to defeat them. If you see them in the future, you should avoid them. He patted his chest. He was clearly frightened. Chapter 391. In the middle layer of the ruins, there were many aquatic plants that grew from the floor of the upper layer. They were so dense that it looked like a jungle, looking at the jungle through the mirror. Walking in the empty middle layer was like walking on the edge of a temple, looking down at this sacred behemoth from below. Yun Nuoshing and the others had been walking around the periphery of the ruins. In the middle, they saw many huge passageways that looked like city gates. Looking through these passageways, they could clearly see that it was still the blue sea. On the walls of the ruins, there were blurry pictures of gods and demons. The wriggling lines were like living creatures. Walking on the edge and looking down, they could even see the crack of the abyss. Strange, strong winds blew out of the crack and circulated endlessly in the cold bottom of the sea. When his palm touched the collapsed stone pillars, Yun Nuoshing felt a cold aura coming from his palm. He couldn't help but shiver. The water element energy contained in the stone pillars had gradually condensed and sublimated into cold energy under the erosion of time. Not only the stone pillars, but even the ruins were like this. It was like an ice house emitting a cold aura everywhere. Where's the ghost? Yun Nuoshing gently retracted his hand into the bag and shook it twice without leaving a trace. He turned his head to look at the worn-out statue behind him that only had a pair of feet left. He then looked at Mo Yunhua and asked, a ghost that can be found so easily can't be considered a ghost. Mo Yunhua smiled and looked to the side, fixing his gaze on a passageway that was about 100 meters away from them behind the statue. He said, it should be on the other side of the ruins. Let's go around it. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing nodded. Then he seemed to think of something and shook his head. He looked at the main body of the ruins, not far away. They didn't find anything valuable in the middle layer. From useless cultivation methods to historical relics, there was nothing, although it was possible that everything was piled up in the upper layer. There should be something in the middle layer. Perhaps it was inside the ruins. However, the body of the ruins was extraordinarily hard. Even Mo Yunhua's all-out attack couldn't leave a trace on it. Yun Nuoshing also knocked it with the netherworld ruins sword without leaving a trace, but it didn't have the slightest effect. Although the result made them a little depressed, they were already mentally prepared for such an outcome. After all, this used to be the holy city of the merfolk. How could the building materials be so fragile? Like an archaeologist, Ziyi couldn't help but laugh when she saw Yun Nuoshing carefully observing the murals. The latter could only roll her eyes in response. Let's go take a look at those so-called ghosts. That's also a scenery of the ruins, isn't it? Yun Nuoshing grinned and said something that made everyone shudder. Emo Yunhua nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, he finally understood Yun Nuoshing's character. His answer was almost the same as the answer of everyone who knew the latter. This guy was a heartless guy who was not afraid of anything. Regarding this choice, Xian and Yuan, she could only sigh helplessly. Usually, Yun Nuoshing also took them to some very dangerous places to play. Perhaps he was already mentally prepared for this result. Anyway, the latter would go wherever it was dangerous. He could even be described as audacious. After coming to a conclusion, Emo Yunhua could only wave his hand and admit that he was unlucky. He could have met anyone, but he just had to meet this guy at this time. If he had decided to enter the ruins the day before, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. The group walked carefully into the passage. Emo Yunhua took the lead, and the rest of the people formed a circle surrounding Yun Nuoshing and the others in the middle. Their breaths were restrained in their bodies, and not a single bit leaked out. However, judging from the way they clenched their fists, they seemed to have switched to a combat stance. There was no darkness in the passage at all. The bright light was enough for Yun Nuoshing and the others to clearly see the panoramic view inside. There was no fork in the passage, and there was no path leading to the interior of the building. The high ceiling was still covered with green moss, and clusters of seaweed hung down sporadically. At the bottom of the seaweed, there was an orange-yellow, fruit-like thing growing. It remained motionless in the gentle current. That's the ghost fruit. According to legend, eating this fruit will make one's soul change. As for how it will change, well, I don't know. Seeing Yun Nuoshing and the others stop to look, Emo Yunhua explained, and then said, "But it's not ripe yet. A ripe ghost fruit is red. It looks like it will take another 1,000 years to ripen. Will eating it now make one's soul change, or will one directly die?" Hee. Well, it's more or less like that. Don't be greedy. This change is in the bad direction. It won't produce any good changes. Yi also continued to say. Yun Nuoshing could only smile awkwardly and give up the idea of picking it. However, the ghost fruit is a good thing for refining weapons, especially for refining soul tools. It's a pity that it's not ripe yet. Ziyi smiled. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. It had nothing to do with him that it wasn't ripe yet. It would take 1,000 years for it to ripen. He would come back when he remembered it. For now, he would just ignore it. This passage was 1,000 meters long. 1 or 2 clusters of hanging water plants could be seen every few dozen meters. Not every cluster of water plants had ghost fruit growing on it. There were more than 100 of them. Moreover, 1 or 2 ghost fruits had grown to the size of a head, and they could even see traces of red. Obviously, this fruit was about to ripen. However, even so, Emo Yunhua said that it would still take more than 100 years, but it already had the initial medicinal efficacy. The further they walked, the more water plants drooped down. They were piled up in bunches, but there weren't many fruits. What they did have were orange-yellow fruits. Some of them even looked like they had just grown out. Their overall appearance was a kind of green-yellow. Rather than saying that it hasn't grown, it should be said that it has been plucked. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and said, What do you mean? Everyone was stunned. They all turned to look at him and asked. Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt a little embarrassed when he was focused on by a bunch of gazes. However, he still stretched out his hand and pointed to a hanging water plant without any ghost fruit. He said, "Look at the bottom of the grass. There is a stem there. Does it look like something once grew out of that stem and then was plucked?" "A little." Mo Yinhua nodded and said, "It should have been plucked by someone who went in before, right? But the people who went in before didn't come out." Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and said, "Moreover, wasn't there a barrier before? How did they get in?" "Because that barrier prevents people from going out, not going in. Moreover, people can only go in, but not out. Before the barrier dissipates, those who go in can't come out," Mo Yinhua said. "But you didn't see anyone outside the barrier. Didn't you say that even Emperor God powerhouses went in? Those powerhouses can last for a long time even if they don't eat or drink. But the rumor is that it was only for nearly 1,000 years. Let's say that those Emperor God powerhouses became Emperor God ghosts. Did you see any ghosts?" Yun Nuoshing frowned and asked again. Silence. After hearing this sentence, everyone fell silent, especially Mo Yinhua and the others. At this time, their entire bodies were stiff. The latter's face was still the same as when he heard this because they really didn't see anything outside the ruins. They didn't even see anything that came out of the ruins. This. Mo Yinhua rubbed his face awkwardly. He couldn't say anything for a long time. It seemed that he didn't know either. Maybe it has accumulated somewhere. When he said this, he wasn't sure. There were thousands of resentful spirits trapped in the sealed barrier. When the barrier dissipated, they should have tried their best to escape, right? Could it be that there was something that prevented them from escaping? Forget it. Let's ignore this question. Let's continue moving forward. Seeing that he was sweating profusely, Yun Nuoshing didn't ask anything more. She waved her hand and pushed Mo Yinhua forward. When the latter heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. He still didn't fully understand what was going on in the ruins. Asking so many questions at once, he could only laugh. Passing through the dense aquatic grass forest, in the distance, an exceptionally strong light shone through the dense aquatic grass and shone into Yun Nuoshing and the others' vision. The dazzling light was like a sun hanging at the bottom of the sea, making them unable to open their eyes. They could only barely see an arched shadow. When they adapted to the stimulation brought by the strong light and opened their eyes again, the moment they saw the scene in front of them, even their breaths were strangled. What appeared in his field of vision was a vast expanse of blue sea water. On the empty platform, there were thick marks. The 3 supporting pillars had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only rubble on the ground. There seemed to have been a fierce battle here, and even half of the wall had been hollowed out. However, what was even more shocking was the scene at the edge of the ruins. Thousands of souls wandered around the periphery of the ruins. Under the strong light, their faces were revealed clearly as strong masters of their generation in the past. They were now trapped in this dark place. They had lost their bodies, and even their rationality had been annihilated by time. Waves of soul shock waves that stung their souls spurted out from their mouths, causing the sea to shake violently. Boom! A huge amount of soul energy gushed out from Mo Yinhua's body, resisting the shock waves that had gathered together. A wave of soul energy collided with thousands of souls, causing the surrounding floor to crack. However, the soul energy wasn't pure. For a pure netherworld king expert, it was more than enough to resist it. However, the energy contained negative emotions, causing everyone's state of mind to shake a few times. Those present weren't people who would be easily affected. Therefore, although there were a lot of negative emotions, it didn't cause any real impact on them. Those were all powerful masters of their generation. Their names shook the four seas. I didn't expect that they would end up like this. Is it a tragedy, or is it an inevitability? Mo, Yunhua took a deep breath. He casually glanced around and saw some famous people that he had heard of before. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "They are really gathered together. Moreover, it's not a small number. It's not tens of thousands. It's more than 100,000. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. With such a large number, they would be scared to death if they didn't fight. Although it was a little exaggerated, there were still 10,000 souls. Why are they here and not leaving? Aren't they outside the ruins?" Yun Nuoshing heaved a sigh of relief and patted her chest as she asked. These souls didn't exist in the ruins. They were at the edge of the ruins, above the sea abyss. Even if there was a barrier around the ruins, it had nothing to do with them. This was because they weren't in the ruins. However, they were gathered here and weren't willing to leave. At this moment, those resentful souls seemed to have sensed the arrival of the crowd. They circled around the ruins, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They roared and howled, wanting to rush in. However, when they approached the boundary of the ruins, they stopped moving forward. They only stared at the crowd with their bell-sized blood-red eyes. That should be related to the thing above our heads, right? Mo Yunhua nodded. He stretched out his hand and pointed directly above. He raised his head and said slowly. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing also raised her head suspiciously. On the floor of the upper level of the ruins, on the ceiling of the middle level, there was a bronze lamp hanging. It was ordinary and looked like the kind that could be found on the streets. The wall of the lamp was engraved with a strange pattern, and the wick seemed to be burning with an eternal flame. It was bright and moving. When it shone on the body, it made the soul feel lazy. Lamp! Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Bronze lamp? What's so strange about it? Well, if I'm not wrong, this should be the soul-suppressing lamp. Chapter 392. Soul-calming lamp. Yun Nuoshing murmured. From the name, combined with the situation in front of him, he already knew what it was used for. The soul-suppressing lamp, as the name implied, was used to suppress souls. However, at this moment, in the situation where no one was controlling it, it was only spontaneously suppressing the tens of thousands of souls to prevent them from running out and causing trouble. Although this was just Yun Nuoshing's wishful thinking, the truth was almost the same. To put it simply, the soul-calming lamp was not used to prevent those resentful souls from going out and causing trouble. It was just accidentally activated, and then suppressed these resentful souls on its own. This soul-calming lamp is a relic left behind by a deity. That deity studied souls all his life and knew them like the back of his hand. In the field of souls, few people could compare to him. Unfortunately, this deity disappeared in the ancient times and is suspected to have fallen. It is said that the last time he appeared in the world was in the Ganyuan region, Mo Yunhua said. However, even if he didn't die at that time, he doesn't exist now. It is said that he left behind many mysterious things. One of them is this soul-calming lamp. That deity used this lamp to suppress countless deities with the same strength as him. It was effortless for him to achieve his fame. I didn't expect to see his face today. Mo Yunhua sighed. In other words, this lamp is an ownerless object. Yun Nuoshing smiled slightly. The deity's weapon should be very high in grade, at least higher than the weapons used by ordinary deities. Looking at Yun Nuoshing's expression, he knew that he had his eyes on this weapon again. After all, cultivating the spiritual godly body required continuous accommodation of spiritual objects. A weapon was the best choice. In addition to his own harsh requirements, he was afraid that it was the most difficult godly body to cultivate. Now that a high-grade weapon had appeared, It was normal for him to be tempted. Well, it is an ownerless object. Mo Yunhua nodded, and then sensed that something was wrong. When he turned his head, he saw Yun Nuoxing's gradually widening smile. He suddenly shuddered and quickly said, "Little brother, don't be rash. The soul calming lamp is suppressing those souls. If you remove the soul calming lamp, I don't know what will happen." At this time, the soul calming lamp was emitting eternal light. The direction of the light was not elsewhere, but the place where the resentful souls gathered. Although the light was only a thin layer and looked very fragile, it blocked and suppressed tens of thousands of souls. If the soul calming lamp was removed, the souls that had lost their restraint, would they be the first ones to tear them apart? This was what Mo Yunhua thought in his heart. It was not an unreasonable worry. Well, Yun Nuoxing also knew what he was thinking, so he also looked at the group of wriggling souls in the distance with a little worry. He was also worried that this group of guys would rush out and tear them apart. Although he had the Netherworld Ruins sword, there were many former masters among the resentful souls. Those powerful existences were comparable to gods. Although only a soul was left now, they could not be underestimated. Who cares? We'll talk about it when something happens. A second ago, he was still worried about this and that, but the next second, he completely ignored all of it. His change of mind was so fast that everyone staggered and almost fell to the ground. Why did you think so much just now? Mo Yunhua could only sigh when he saw that Yun Nuoxing was determined to take the soul-suppressing lamp. Although he wanted to persuade Yun Nuoxing's authority was much greater than his. He had to cooperate with Yun Nuoxing. Therefore, when Yun Nuoxing was about to make a move, he was also prepared to fight. "Be careful!" Yun Nuoxing took 2 steps back and quietly retreated to Xian's side. Ling Hongjian slipped down from his sleeve and then stuffed it into Xian's sleeve. He reminded him softly. Xian held Ling Hongjian and twirled it twice. He winked at Mei Mao and said with a smile, "Shouldn't I be the one reminding you to be careful?" It was wrong for the person at the front to remind the person at the back, no matter how he thought about it, right? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He felt that it seemed to be the case. His handsome face could not help but blush. He quickly turned his face away and muttered, "I was just saying, yes, no matter what dangerous thing someone does, the first thing he does is to remind little Xian and throw Ling Hongjian or the Netherworld Ruin sword over. He really has ulterior motives." Yes. Zai laughed. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes when he heard this. Then he thought about it carefully. He really could not refute this. Every time there was danger, he would put Xian and the others in a safe position and then do it himself. Well, there's no problem for a boy to protect a girl, but your way of protecting her is a little strange. It's a little like a father protecting his daughter. Zai did not give up. What kind of analogy is that? Yun Nuoxing almost choked to death when he heard this sentence. That's not right. I should say that you protect everyone like this. Yes, that's right. Ignoring his statement, Zai thought for a while and said, "So, don't you think that you're a little overprotective? Connecting the analogy just now, this is doting, right?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He opened his mouth, but found that he could not say anything. "Let's go get the soul-suppressing lamp," Yun Nuoxing said calmly, and his body floated up. Seeing that he had forcefully changed the topic, Ziyi did not pursue the matter any further because the former knew the answer better than anyone else. It was just that he had not thought of a safe way to resolve it. However, perhaps now was not the time to discuss this. Yun Nuoxing floated towards it under the light of the soul-suppressing lamp. He felt a strange feeling born in his soul. At first, it was just a little numb, as if hundreds of ants were crawling on his soul. The numb and itchy feeling was unbearable, and it gave him goosebumps all over his body. Itchy, Yun Nuoxing's throat moved. He tried his best to not do those actions. His handsome face was red and cold sweat was flowing out. Moreover, the closer he got to the soul-suppressing lamp, the more intense the numbness and itchiness became. In the end, the numbness and itchiness turned into pain, as if a drill was drilling holes in his body. Even the power it emits on its own is to this extent. Yun Nuoxing twisted his body, and the bones all over his body made a crisp, crackling sound. The painful and itchy feeling from his body constantly stimulated his nerves, and he could not help but reach out and scratch his body. "What's wrong?" Yuanshi could not help but ask when he saw Yun Nuoxing twisting like a worm. The people who had been paying attention to Yun Nuoxing also noticed that something was wrong with him, but they did not act rashly. Although the former looked very uncomfortable, he still insisted on moving forward. Moreover, in this unclear situation, if everyone plunged into it, it might stimulate the soul-suppressing lamp. At that time, it would not be impossible to suppress this group of people directly. The first person to see Yun Nuoxing's movements was Mo Yunhua. He had the highest cultivation level among the people present. He could clearly see the former's subtle movements, and even knew why he was uncomfortable. However, since Yun Nuoxing did not call for help, he could not act at will. Just when everyone was staring and looking at each other, Yun Nuoxing was already very close to the soul-suppressing lamp. At this time, his movements could not be described as twisting. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that he was dancing. His hands kept scratching his body. If they were in the air, they might be able to hear the sound of his nails rubbing against his skin. Bang! As the distance between them got closer and closer, they also saw that Yun Nuoxing's movements had changed. He was no longer scratching, but he was hitting his body hard. Even across the sea, they could hear the dull sound of his body hitting his body. F***CK. No wonder those vengeful spirits don't dare to come close. Yun Nuoxing almost scratched his skin because of the soreness and pain all over his body. His soul was protected by his body. Although the soul-suppressing lamp could directly cause harm to his soul, it would be blocked by his body. However, he was already feeling so uncomfortable. For those souls that were directly exposed, this light could be considered as poison. Hurry up, Xin. And I can't stand it anymore. When Yun Nuoxing was moving forward with difficulty, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. This surprised Yun Nuoxing. Even Ziyi and Lan Xin, who were hiding in his soul, could not stand it anymore. How powerful was this lamp to attack his soul, through his soul? Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Although he could use the light element to rush over this distance, Mo Yunhua and the others were still below. He was not so close to Mo Yunhua that he could let go of everything. Although Mo Yunhua was now respectful because he had He-Hi's token in his hand, they were thousands of meters underwater and isolated from the world. No one knew what would happen. What if someone found out that he had received a spirit? To be honest, he really did not know, and he did not want to know, because he was unwilling to use the light element. The last 10 meters of distance seemed to have passed by an era. Yun Nuoxing's hand finally touched the wall of the soul-suppressing lamp. When his fingers touched something, he suddenly opened his eyes. He saw that his hand had touched the soul-suppressing lamp. Buzz! The moment he opened his eyes, the soul-suppressing lamp suddenly bloomed with a bright light that was enough to illuminate the entire East Sea. The dazzling light made everyone turn their faces away and cover their eyes with their hands. At the same time, some strange thoughts and emotions reverberated in their minds, giving them a fright. Woo, woo-woo, roar. The moment the light flashed, The souls wandering outside the ruins suddenly rioted. Low cries, roars, resentment, and anger echoed in the bottom of the sea. These voices rang directly in the minds of Yun Nuoshing and the others. Scam. It's all a scam. Tens of billions of years of resentment. All of this is wrong. When I return to the world, the heavens will be destroyed. Chaos. A series of mixed and clueless voices reverberated in their minds, overlapping each other like a few giant bells ringing in their heads. Yun Nuoshing and the two people in the souls felt a buzzing sound in their heads. Countless emotions turned into a spear and charged at them, almost causing them to lose their minds. The emotions contained in the voices flowed continuously to Yun Nuoshing, making him experience those negative emotions. Sadness, anger, and despair filled his heart. The emotions that he had nowhere to release surged to his head. The sudden influx of emotions caused Yun Nuoshing's head to hurt intensely. At the same time, when those emotions entered Yun Nuoshing's mind, a ball of light in the depths of his soul began to fluctuate at an extremely high frequency. Yun Nuoshing was shocked. He had never seen such a thing in his soul. It was so strange. How did it come in? Or, rather, where did it come from? Little star? Two horrified cries exploded at the same time. One came from his soul, and the other came from the real world. He wanted to respond, but his body couldn't move, and he couldn't open his mouth. Buzz. In his mind, the fluctuating ball of light expanded countless times in an instant and swallowed Yun Nuoshing's soul in one breath. Chapter 393. The so-called memory is a small fragment bound to the soul. Then just seal the soul, this life, the next life, until eternity. But the price is too great. After doing so much and ushering in hope, in the end, you were betrayed. Is it worth it? Only me. I am your most sincere friend. You can't protect this entire world. Fight. Until the end. Only you and I are left. After endless reincarnation, what's left in the end is just a handful of yellow sand. A joke. With heaven and earth as breath, the world as heart, you can't surpass eternity. No God can live past an era. Legends, miracles, they are all meant to be surpassed. In the end, it's just a sigh. Have I failed? So what? I didn't let myself down. There are things that even deities can't do. Didn't you boast of being an omnipotent God? Traitor, destroyer, you monster. You have always lived in an illusion and never existed in reality. You are the nightmare, the darkness, the wisp of chaos that was born at the beginning of heaven and earth. Your burden is too heavy. No one can bear it. In other words, it was you who unscrupulously changed that child's fate that led to such an ending? Ha ha! I have never heard of such a ridiculous thing, that a human life can affect history. But I don't regret it. No matter how many times, no matter when, I will still do it. Even if I do so, will history be overwritten again? So, what if you are a natural-born legend? You are just a small wave of sand in time. Ha ha ha! No matter how big the ripple, it will eventually return to peace. What if you can stop the flow of the river? Fate will change, the script will be rewritten, the stage will be reset, and you will no longer exist. That is light, that is time, that is your power. Seize it, correct the wrong history, and let it return to its original path. Die for a world that destroyed you. Are you kidding me? Is it worth it? If you do this, you will be destroyed by your own power. You want to kill him for something he didn't do, but would do. Those who go against the heavens will be punished endlessly. Even deities can't avoid it. Then I will surpass all the rules. Boss, run. Brother. Old friend, don't be silly. No matter how hard you try, you can't change the facts. Let bygones be bygones. You carry everyone's hope. You can't die here. Go chase after your own future. Hui! Get lost! You damned idiot! Get lost! What does my death have to do with you? Don't go looking for history that shouldn't exist. One day, you'll regret touching something you shouldn't have. Don't touch it. That history cannot be uncovered. The entire world will be thrown into chaos, and the era will change once again. Fate, that was just a joke. I'm not bound by anything. Reverence, fear. Rather than being remembered by others with such thoughts, I might as well pretend that I never existed. We don't know, we don't think, we don't understand, we don't think, we don't judge, we don't make a move. We are just bystanders, overlooking a game of chess. Many noisy voices sounded in his head. They were untraceable and could not be connected. They seemed to be narrating many things, but he did not know what had happened. In a daze, something flashed in his mind. Some images were about to break free from their restraints and rush out, but they did not appear in the end. These are my memories? What he saw in his field of vision was a group of blurry images. Each image was very blurry, and he could not see clearly what was happening. He could not even see clearly who was inside. Perhaps these could not even be considered memories, not even fragments. They were just bits and pieces of information that had not been eliminated in his mind. Ziyi. Yun Nuoshing called out softly. He wanted Ziyi to come out and help him look at these memory fragments. Perhaps she could help him repair them. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not wait for the latter to appear. Only then did he realize that this place might be in the depths of his own soul. It was impossible for anyone else to step into this place. He had to look at these fragments himself. It's been a long time since something like this happened. Yun Nuoshing sighed softly. It had been a long time since he had seen his memories recover. The last time was when he was in Divine Sky City. However, it was no wonder. It was not easy to find a place that he had been to before. He did not know where he had been before. Even if he went there again, he would not be able to recover as he wished. This time, it was probably a coincidence that his soul had been stimulated, which caused this scene to happen. Suddenly, the images in front of him disappeared. Yun Nuoshing's surroundings became empty and pitch black, as if he was standing in the void. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He looked around in the pitch-black surroundings, but he could not see anything. He thought that he was in the sea of memories, but he did not find the core of the two memory chains, nor did he see the memory chains formed by images. If I am in the sea of memories, you should be able to come out. Then where am I in the soul? Yun Nuoshing murmured. The soul was a mysterious thing. Ordinary people would not be able to study it thoroughly even if they spent their entire lives studying it. If one entered someone's soul rashly without guidance, it was not impossible for one to get lost. Scratching his head, Yun Nuoshing tried to break free from his soul. In other words, he was trying to wake up. However, no matter how he tried, no matter how he closed and opened his eyes, all he saw was a pitch-black space. It was so dark that he broke out in cold sweat. I won't get lost in my own soul like this, right? Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly. This feeling of not being able to break free was like entering someone else's soul. He had no power or direction. He could only watch quietly. He could not even control himself. If he really got lost in his own soul, he would probably be laughed at by the world. He had never heard of anyone getting lost in their own soul. Just as he was worrying, a speck of light appeared in his field of vision. Although it was only a very small speck, it was unusually bright in this dark and lonely place. It made him turn his gaze. Just as he was about to walk towards the speck of light flickered. After a while, the light suddenly exploded. The dazzling light enveloped Yun Nuoshing, causing him to habitually close his eyes. As Yun Nuoshing closed his eyes, A gentle breeze suddenly blew against his face. The gentle touch caused his tense heart to gradually relax. Yun Nuoshing slowly opened his eyes. What appeared in his field of vision was a lush green grassland. He could not see the end of it. The only thing he could see was the green that extended to the end of his field of vision. Yun Nuoshing stood on the grassland that reached his waist. He was like a tiny ant that did not attract any attention. Grassland. Looking at the vast grassland, Yun Nuoshing could not help but take a light breath. He looked back. The grassland swayed like a green wave. A wind that smelled of mud and grass flew from afar and licked Yun Nuoshing's face. Oh, Yun Nuoshing looked around and realized that it was indeed a grassland. There was nothing here. Then now, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Suddenly, he grabbed his head and shouted in panic, "What the hell is this?" Ah, ah, ah. A mournful wail reverberated in the empty grassland. A moment later, Yun Nuoshing calmed down. He looked around again. Then, with a thought, he took out the Netherruin sword. When his hand touched the hilt of the sword, he was stunned for a moment. Then he understood. The Netherruin sword had fused with his soul. It was not too surprising that it would appear in his soul. He held the Netherruin sword in his hand. The tip of the sword touched the ground gently. His palm pressed on the hilt and shook it a few times. When he was sure that it was stable, he slowly moved his hand away. Crack! The Netherruin sword landed on the grass. Yun Nuoshing looked at the hilt and nodded. "Then let's go this way." The Netherruin sword. "You want to use me as a guide? Are you tired of living?" He could not fly in the soul world. Yun Nuoshing had already tried it. He could only use his body to push away the green grass that was as tall as his waist and walk over with difficulty. He would not leave a single trace of himself wherever he passed. He didn't know how long he walked. His vision changed from a patch of emerald green to another patch of emerald green. It was an endless grassland. There weren't even any mountains in the distance. Yun Nuoshing used the Netherruin sword to change directions 3 times. Although he didn't turn in a circle, he still saw dazzling green. Am I in the southern plains? There aren't even any mountains in this godforsaken place. There's even a sun in this godforsaken place. I'm a creature of darkness. Damn the sun. With a heavy sigh, Yun Nuoshing wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He collapsed on the grass and crushed the grass behind him. The warm sunlight shone on his body, causing the lazy factor in his bones to come out again. If the Netherruin sword hadn't knocked him, he would have chosen to fall asleep. "I don't know what will happen if my soul falls asleep in my soul," the Netherruin sword said with a sinister sneer. Startled by this cold voice, Yun Nuoshing suddenly jumped up. After coming back to his senses, he narrowed his eyes and stared at her bitterly. For some reason, when he heard this laughter, the image of Ziya's sinister smile automatically appeared in his mind. Yun Nuoshing walked aimlessly as the Netherruin sword pushed him along. No, he was being pushed by a sword. He was like a walking corpse. Wah! He walked like this until Yun Nuoshing inexplicably fell down a slope. His narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and what he saw was an emerald green that was magnified at full speed. The moment he opened his eyes and closed them in fear, his entire body rolled down like a gourd. During this time, he could even hear a series of wah, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, meow, and so on. Strange cries. The Netherruin sword watched as Yun Nuoshing rolled from the top of the slope to the bottom. It couldn't help but move its scabbard. At first, it only felt that the resistance in front of it was gone. Then, it heard a series of sorrowful cries. Meow. After Yun Nuoshing rolled to the bottom, he fell upside down. His 2 arms and legs were still twitching above the ground. "Are you all right, little star?" The Netherruin sword couldn't bear to see Yun Nuashing like this. He quickly went forward and pulled out the black onion. When he saw Yun Nuashing's eyes rolled back and his face covered in dirt, he couldn't help but laugh dryly. I'm pushing you from behind. It's normal that you can't see the road. Speaking of which, you really are sleeping on the side of the road. How can you do that?" The Netherruin sword's idea at this time was to find a random topic to talk about, so he started lecturing Yun Nuashing. "It's my fault." Yun Nuashing groaned as he felt wronged. He casually patted the dust off his body and looked up at the place where the ground had suddenly sunk. There was no grass here. What was exposed was brownish yellow soil. The basin had sunk about 100 meters, but it was obvious that they hadn't really reached the bottom yet. The ground in front of them was still sinking. This place was like a buffer platform. This was a stepped basin. Yun Nuashing and the others stopped at the first level. There was still about a kilometer to go down. At the bottom of the basin, or rather, in front of them, a tree appeared. It was a big blue tree. A tree? Chapter 394. The dark blue tree stood at the bottom of the basin, emitting a dim and weak blue light. The branches and leaves were like a huge umbrella that spread out for thousands of feet. The wind that blew from afar swayed the arms of the big tree, and a light rustling sound reverberated between heaven and earth. A delicate fragrance, following the wind, caressed Yun Nuashing's face. "Tree, a blue tree." Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. Even if she saw a tree in other places, she wouldn't have any reaction. The problem was that in this damned place where birds didn't lay eggs and there were only weeds, a tree was a bit of a problem. Let me think. Tree, a blue tree, in the ranking of heaven and earth treasures. The first is the God's Spirit tree. The second is the Heaven's Phoenix blood tree. The third is the Heaven's Will tree. And the fourth is, Yun Nuashing pondered. "You don't even know what it is. Just say it. Why are you still pondering over it?" So, a blue tree. Yun Nuashing's forehead was sweating, but she still pretended to be deep in thought. "Turtle, there you go." The nether void sword patted his head and stood in front of Yun Nuashing, looking at the tree that was emitting a dim light. It seemed to be thinking about something. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuashing could only stick out her tongue and stand to the side obediently. "I don't know either." After a long while, the Su Ming sword sighed, just as Yun Nuashing thought that she had come up with a conclusion, and turned his gaze away. The former's words were like a muffled thunder that struck Yun Nuashing's head and face. Yun Nuashing's eyeballs turned into charcoal. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Yun Nuashing grimacing in pain. Seeing that Yun Nuashing's face was as dark as the starry sky, Su Ming laughed dryly and hurriedly said, "Well, don't worry. Although I don't know what kind of tree this is, I know that a strange flower grows under this tree." "What flower?" Yun Nuashing asked with a dark face, bewildered. "This kind of flower." Su Ming smiled. However, when she was about to tell him, she paused. She thought for a while, and then said with a smile, "Guess. Let me give you a hint. This flower is what you need." Upon hearing those two words, Yun Nuashing immediately spat out a mouthful of gloomy air. Then she was startled. "What I need?" "Yeah, when you were discussing it with Yuin, she told you about it," said Su Ming. "Big sister, Yuin said that." Yun Nuashing wrinkled his nose. Although many years had passed since then, the mention of this name still made his mind churn. His memories of her appeared in front of him. Combining these few sentences, he suddenly recalled something. A lifetime of flowers. Yun Nuashing's solemn voice and Su Ming's chuckle rang out at the same time, causing the air here to show signs of freezing. a lifetime of flowers, ranked 40th on the list of treasures of heaven and earth. In the ancient book, there was only one sentence. It can remind people of a past and present life. There was no more information about it. Its place of birth was unknown, its time of birth was unknown, and its conditions of birth were unknown. This strange flower had once appeared in Yun Nuoxing and Yu Yin's discussions. However, because of its illusory nature, they had no choice but to give up on pursuing this flower. Are you kidding me? There's a lifetime of flowers here. Yun Nuoxing swallowed. Although he trusted Su Ming more than himself, he was still a little suspicious when he heard her say that. After all, this thing didn't make sense at all. Yeah, but to be more specific, it's in this place that you see, not in front of you. Su Ming moved his scabbard, then said, "The lifespan of a lifetime of flowers is 100,000 years. They take 100,000 years to grow, but the bud only blooms for half an hour. After half an hour, the flower will wither and turn into a seed. It will either fly away from this place, stay behind, or be buried in the ground. After 100,000 years, it will bloom again." 100,000 years of growth, just to bloom for half an hour? Yun Nuoxing muttered repeatedly. 100,000 years was an unimaginably long period of time. Whether one was a human or a god, it wasn't an easy thing to pass through. This long period of time was a kind of flower's cycle. It tenaciously grew, tenaciously broke through its shackles, all for the moment of blooming, and then quietly faded away in the extreme. The lifetime flower itself is a legendary flower. It's said that the moment it blooms, there's a 1 in a million chance, or even a 1 in 10 million chance, that it will evolve into another kind of flower, the life-soul flower. It will bloom with the most dazzling colors that can make the world fall for it. However, the probability is pitifully small. There aren't many lifetime flowers in the first place. Su Ming sighed and said regretfully, the life-soul flower was a divine flower ranked 12th on the heavenly materials and earthly treasures ranking. According to legend, it was a strange life form that bloomed at the extreme and died at the extreme. To put it simply, it was the ultimate sublimation of the lifetime flower. Legend had it that the life-soul flower could sublimate a person's soul to the extreme, and it could also transform the soul, giving the wielder a chance at a new life. They've worked so hard to grow for countless years, just to let themselves walk towards the inevitable death. Yun Nuoxing sighed. His heart was very complicated. He didn't know whether to sigh at their tenacity or feel sorry for them. Was it worth it? No, it's not death. It's a new life. Whether it's the lifetime flower or the life-soul flower, when it blooms at its brightest, it will turn back into a seed and start a new life. This process has been repeated countless times, countless times, countless times. The nether void sword shook as if shaking its head. Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing thought of something. Putting the two flowers aside, at the very beginning, it was Su Ming who had recognized it and said that the lifetime flower would be born under this strange tree, right? Emma, I'm not fooling you. It's not my intuition either. Of course, this tree has nothing to do with these two flowers. That deep blue tree isn't a tree. It's the form of a lifetime flower. The nether void, Sword said, faintly. Yun Nuoxing was shocked. Such a big tree was the form of a lifetime flower. Did he hear it wrong, or was his brain not working well? I didn't hear it wrong. The lifetime flower grows like this. However, I should say that this tree is similar to a root. It only became this way to better absorb energy. However, the real part is less than 2 meters long. It's under the tree's shade, near the root. Of course, this kind of tree has a name, but I don't know it. Su Ming acted like an encyclopedia and explained in detail to the confused Yun Nuoxing. Anyway, let's go down and take a look first. The nether void sword shook. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was still in a daze, it snorted softly and pushed him down. Yun Nuashing was immersed in a pile of knowledge and didn't come back to his senses until he felt his body tilting at a strange angle. He forced himself to come back to his senses. What he saw was a rapidly enlarging emerald green in front of him. Meow. In the desolate wilderness, a mournful meow came from a cat. Don't act cute. Even I want to pinch you. The nether void sword slid down the 1,000-meter-long slope and arrived in front of Yun Nuashing. It saw him curled up with his 2 claws in front of his chest and an aggrieved look on his face. The scabbard almost flew out of his hand. What a cute act. At the bottom of the basin was a round-shaped brownish-red ground that was thousands of meters long and wide. Only the trees were surrounded by lush green grass. The towering lifetime flower tree was a little further away from them. Its dark blue trunk and leaves seemed to be one. One could clearly see that the enormous trunk was no different from an ordinary tree. It was hard to believe that this was a flower and not a tree. Under the tree, there was something shrouded in colorful light. Upon closer inspection, one could see many branches extending from the bottom of the colorful light all the way to the ground. Those branches were faintly flickering with a faint colorful light. Those colors were transmitted from the top of the tree. In other words, the spreading branches and leaves were absorbing energy and transmitting it to the lifetime flower like nutrients. This is the lifetime flower. Yun Nuashing scratched his head as he observed the glowing object from a close distance with the nether void sword. He couldn't even see the flower's appearance, let alone bloom. He couldn't even see its petals. It hasn't taken shape yet. It still needs a long time, the nether void sword said. The nether void sword said, "This ball of light is the space where the life flower will be born in the future. Right now, it hasn't even formed a bud yet. Only half of its life cycle has passed. It seems like this tree was formed recently." Yun Nuashing curled his lips. He walked around the glowing object and glanced at the nether void sword. Then, he carefully reached out a hand and gently poked at the glowing object. When Yun Nuashing's hand reached out, it passed through the glowing object without any resistance. It was as if the space they existed in was different from the space of the lifetime flower. It's still in another world. It's not a physical space, Yun Nuashing muttered as he slowly withdrew his hand. You only realized it now? The nether void sword looked as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. He said with some astonishment, "You should have known from the beginning. Didn't I say that you're drifting in your own soul? Right now, you're in the spiritual world that you once created." "I know. I just said that," Yun Nuashing said stubbornly, nodding. "Come on. Oh, it seems like I'm early." As they spoke, a magnetic voice suddenly sounded from behind them. The woman and the sword jumped in fright. They quickly turned around and saw a person in a bright white robe slowly walking toward the embryonic form of the lifetime flower. His entire body was a little too bright. His long hair hung down from both sides of his face and was blown by the breeze, blocking his face. They couldn't see his face clearly, but they could recognize that he was a young man. The young man was holding something in his hands. Yun Nuashing couldn't see it clearly when they saw him walk toward them. Yun Nuashing instinctively grabbed the nether void sword and took 2 steps back, even though she knew that they were just bystanders. The young man walked around the glowing object twice, his hand constantly stroking the object in his hands. When he stopped, he chuckled. "There's still 50,000 years left. It seems too early, but there's no other way. This life is about to end. There's no other way." The young man sighed. He walked in front of the lifetime flower and slowly knelt down. He gently and carefully dug up the grass in front of him and buried the object in his arms. He then restored the place to its original state. It didn't even look like it had just been dug up. After burying the object, the young man didn't hurry to leave. He knelt in front of the lifetime flower and closed his eyes slightly as if he was waiting for something. Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing were confused. Although they were curious about what he had buried, they couldn't see it. Oh, forget it. After a long time, the young man sighed and looked at the lifetime flower. He then put his hands together and prayed. After a while, he opened his eyes and smiled gently. He muttered to himself, "Although it's very irresponsible of me to say this." After stretching, the young man slowly stood up and turned around. His slender hair fluttered in the wind, revealing his covered face. It was a very beautiful face with a hint of femininity and masculinity. Girls couldn't help but be jealous. 2 long eyebrows adorned his face, adding a hint of natural arrogance, but it didn't make him look overbearing. The moment Yun Nuoshing and the Nethervoid Sword saw this face, they almost choked on their saliva. Yun Nuoshing stared at the young man with her dead fish eyes. Or rather, she stared at the face that was almost identical to her own. Then, I'll leave all of this to you in the future. Chapter 395. You will definitely see this scene. That's why I'm saying it here. Even though to others, I'm just talking to myself. You want to ask me why I know that you can see this scene? It's because you are me from the future. You are looking at what you have experienced. I have engraved this scene in your soul. Sooner or later, you will wake up. As for whether it will be sooner or later, it's up to you to decide. There's nothing else to say. If you have the ability, come to this place, find this scene in your memory, and find what you have buried. That's it. There's nothing else special. Your story is too long. It's better for you to see it yourself. Well, I guess you will be half dead from exhaustion. If you can go to the 9 Elements Temple, it seems that our father has a good relationship with them. Speaking of which, I haven't seen my father since I grew up. It doesn't seem very rational to leave this matter to the me from the future. Forget it. The young man looked at Yun Nuoshing. To be exact, he was looking in the direction of Yun Nuoshing. There was no one else in the place where he used to be. It was just that Yun Nuoshing happened to be standing in this place. Although his words were directed at Yun Nuoshing was dumbfounded. His jaw almost dropped because of the shock. At this moment, even he, who boasted of his strong willpower, heard the sound of his psychological defense collapsing. What kind of situation is this? Me from the previous life? If you asked him whether he believed in his previous life or this life, he would believe it. However, he never thought that he would actually see himself from his previous life, even though this was just a fragment of his memory. What kind of shocking words are you saying so calmly? Seeing the young man, who was himself from the previous life, speaking with a faint smile, Yun Nuoshing's face twitched a few times. He couldn't help but want to beat him up. Hey, I've captured a little star from my previous life. The Netherworld Ruins Sword chuckled. Yun Nuoshing's face was full of black lines. There were too many things to complain about in this sentence. He didn't know where to start. In the previous life, after Yun Nuoshing finished speaking, she froze and stared blankly at the life flower. She didn't say anything for a long time. Yun Nuoshing and Suming also sat there quietly. Firstly, they couldn't leave yet. Secondly, since the memory was still playing, something else must have happened. However, what surprised them was that after sitting for a while, the scene in front of them suddenly blurred. However, it wasn't all of a sudden. It was as if darkness had engulfed the scene here and was spreading rapidly from afar. Meanwhile, Yun Nuoshing from the previous life still didn't speak. Just when Yun Nuoshing and the others thought that he had finished giving them instructions in his previous life, and was waiting for the darkness to engulf them. The young man suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, his expression became very cold. It was so cold that Yun Nuoxing felt goosebumps all over his body when he watched the video. He had seen many cold eyes, but he had never seen one as cold as this. Ganyuan region, God realm, demon world, monster realm. Go there and find yourself. Who are we? Where do we come from? What do we want to do? All of this, the young man's sudden words made Yun Nuoxing, who had just finished shivering, stunned for a moment. He subconsciously wanted to ask something, but it was a pity that this was only an image, and he had not really met him. However, there were too many questions in his heart. Along the way, not only did he not solve the doubts in his heart, it was like a long rope, one knot after another stacked together, slowly turning into a dead knot. By the time Yun Nuoxing reacted, the darkness that had spread from the horizon had already eroded the basin. In her line of sight, the young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His chin was slightly raised as he looked at the sky. However, from her perspective, she could sense an indelible fighting spirit from the young man's back. At this moment, she was like a warrior who was about to step onto the battlefield. Wait! Yun Nuoxing suddenly shouted the words that she didn't have time to say. She hurriedly reached out and tried to grab the disappearing figure, but the darkness swallowed the entire video in one gulp. Little star, you're awake? In a daze, Yun Nuoxing heard a pleasantly surprised voice. That gentle voice was so gentle that it could squeeze water out of a pinch. He instantly knew who it was. Yun Nuoxing moved his palm and found that there was something soft in his hand. He was stunned, and his consciousness struggled to wake up. Although he was looking at the image in his soul, his body and consciousness had actually fallen into a deep sleep. Therefore, he wanted to wake up, but it was difficult to control. After struggling for a while, Yun Nuoxing slowly opened his eyes. Unexpectedly, yet somewhat as expected, he saw a charming face full of smiles. Her crystal-like Mei Mao was flowing with joy. However, a large hand was pressed against her face. He was stunned for a moment. When he realized that it was his own hand, his handsome face turned red, and he hurriedly pulled his sinful right hand back. You're awake. Xian couldn't help but chuckle when she saw his blushing face. She asked with concern. Yes, Yun Nuoxing nodded, and hurriedly hid the blush on his face. He propped himself up and looked around twice. He saw Yuan Shi, Mo Yunhua, and the others squatting under a broken statue not far away. The others were scattered around and on alert. Everyone had their backs to them. Xian helped Yun Nuoxing stand up and looked at Yuan Shi. Then she looked at the former and said, When we found you, the light of the requiem lamp had just faded. You were lying unconscious on the ground. The requiem lamp and those wraiths were gone. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing quickly checked his body. In his impression, he should have come into contact with the requiem lamp, but that was just an impression. Who knew if it was an illusion? However, when he saw a pattern that looked like a lantern shining on his left shoulder, he knew that it was definitely not an illusion. With a thought, the pattern on the lantern lit up. Yun Nuoxing clenched his right hand slightly, and a quaint bronze lamp appeared in front of him. At this time, the requiem lamp had completely restrained its light. The wick in the lamp was a black ball. Its volume was just enough to touch the four walls of the lamp. Moreover, in the center of the ball, there was a little light, which was very gorgeous. This is the requiem lamp? Have you subdued Little Star? Seeing the bronze lamp that suddenly appeared in front of her, Ziyen looked at it in surprise. After a while, she suddenly understood. She knew the ability of Yun Nuoxing's soul-subduing divine body. Looking at it now, it seemed that the latter had subdued the soul-subduing lamp. Yes, Yun Nuoshing smiled and put away the requiem lamp. He didn't know the specific level of this lamp, nor did he know the material it was made of. However, its pattern covered the entire left shoulder. It was much larger than the patterns of the divine weapons he had collected later. He guessed that its level wouldn't be low. According to his estimation, it should be at the level of an eternal divine weapon. Let's go to the upper level. Yun Nuoshing smiled. The most valuable thing in the middle level had been taken away by him. After walking around the entire periphery of the ruins, there was nothing else. The entire interior of the ruins seemed to be sealed, or maybe it was just a solid rock. Since there was a saying that there was an upper level of the demon clan, then the upper level should be the place most worth looking forward to. Zia nodded. She was also a little curious about the upper level. Looking from a distance outside the ruins, the upper level seemed to be full of small temples. In terms of the degree of dilapidation, it was not as serious as the middle and lower levels. It was the most well-preserved place. Oh, you're awake? At this time, Yuan Shi inadvertently glanced back and found that Yun Nuoshing had already stood up. He was a little stunned, and then smiled. Hearing the sound, Mo Yinhua and the others also turned their heads. When they saw that he was full of energy and was not affected at all, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Mo Yinhua waved his hand and led everyone to Yun Nuoshing. Mo Yinhua was still pinching and knocking on her body. After a comprehensive examination, he nodded, and the tension on his face really disappeared. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Seeing Mo Yinhua like this, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but smile. Mo Yinhua nodded, then thought of something. He sighed and said, "It's good that you're fine. However, the requiem lamp is gone. Fortunately, it took away all the resentful spirits along the way. Otherwise, we would be drinking tea with the King of Hell now." When he said this, Xian glanced at Yun Nuoshing with a smile. When the latter saw this smile, he was stunned for a moment. His handsome face blushed, and he coughed dryly and rolled his eyes at Xian. "Cough. Okay. Stop flirting with each other. Little brother, do you want to go to the upper level?" Although he did not understand the exchange of glances between the two, Mo Yinhua still coughed heavily. Then he looked at Yun Nuoshing and said, "If it's the upper level, no, the biggest unstable factor in the remains has been removed. It should be, so now this place may be safe. I just remembered that the upper level is a place for recording history or for carrying out rituals and other major events. It's not like what others think, where precious things are piled up on the upper level. These are relatively boring places. Little brother, do you want to go there?" Mo Yinhua said. In fact, he hoped that Yun Nuoshing and the others wouldn't go. Although the haunted incident had been solved, who knew if there were other dangers in this ruin? Moreover, he just said that the upper level was a place for major events such as rituals. The degree of protection was much higher than the other two levels. If Yun Nuoshing and the others could nod and leave, then everything would be fine. Let's go to the upper level and see the history of the past. Yun Nuoshing laughed heartily, making Mo Yinhua stagger and almost fall to the ground. At this point, he could only nod his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. When he felt that he was unlucky, he sighed secretly. Well, it's the right of young people to be crazy. This old man will also be crazy today and feel the taste of being young. Although he was muttering like this, in his heart, he was 1,000,000 times unwilling to go. Even an emperor god had fallen in the ruins. He was just a small god king, but who asked him to meet this guy? Seeing his reluctant face, Yun Nuoshing stuck out his tongue and laughed. He looked around and was about to lift his foot to leave, but before he could move his foot, he suddenly shuddered. A cold current passed from head to toe like an electric current to every part of his body, making him take a deep breath. What on earth is in this ruin? After taking a few breaths, Yun Nuoshing swallowed his saliva. When the cold current passed by, it felt like something was staring at him, making him shudder. Although he couldn't detect what it was, he instinctively felt that it was a gaze. However, he didn't feel anything special. It didn't seem like a gaze that was staring at a prey. It was just a cold gaze. Originally, I also wanted to give up, but it seems that I still have to go. Chapter 396. The stairs leading to the upper level were at the beginning of the first day. Although they could directly swim up, their intuition told them that at this moment it was better to walk up with their feet on the ground. There was no reason, it was just a kind of intuition, and they were the same. However, the passage on the other side of the ruins was blocked by collapsed boulders. Halfway through, they looked at the boulders and corals in front of them and could only silently raise their middle fingers. Then they walked back silently. When they walked back to the stairs, they could see two suns slowly descending below the horizon through the seawater. The afterglow died, the entire sea crimson. The stairs leading to the upper level were very intact. There was not a trace of damage. There was not even a trace of green algae. It was as if this building had just been put into the water not long ago. There were no traces of it having been under the sea for a long time. There were about 100 steps on the stairs. It was very clean. When they reached the top of the slope, there was a long and spacious path. There were many giant pillars on both sides of the path. It extended all the way until they reached a building that looked like a city gate. I say it's too quiet. Who can say something? Yun Nuoshing and the others walked up the stairs and carefully observed for a while. They did not find anything wrong, so they walked towards the city gate in the distance. Although they said they were not worried, they saw that Emo, Yunhua, and the others had their eyes wide open. Their nerves were tense, and their fingers were gently rubbing. They looked like they were about to unsheath their swords to express their vigilance and alertness. Even Yuan Shi and Xian were nervous. Yun Nuoshing also opened his eyes wide and looked left and right. Finally, he could not stand the nervous vigilance of the people around him. He could not help but mutter. There was nothing in the range of his soul power. Was there a need to be so nervous? Emo Yunhua was stunned, as if he was in a daze. After a long time, he reacted and said with a smile, "Today's weather is good." Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing was speechless. I asked you to say something, but I didn't ask you to say something so cliché. However, he didn't say it out loud. He turned his head and looked at Yuan Shi, who had a strange expression on his face, and transmitted his voice. "What's wrong with you guys? Why do you look so gloomy after coming up?" "You look so gloomy." Yuan Shi's face twitched as he turned his head. Seeing that Yang Kai looked as if nothing had happened, he couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at Yang Kai with surprise for a while. After thinking for a while, he transmitted his voice. "Are you okay? What can happen to me?" After being asked this question out of the blue, Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. He was also a little confused about what had happened. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, Yuan Shi frowned and said, "The upper level of the ruins. This place is shrouded by an unknown force. Everyone seemed to be affected when we went up the stairs, but we didn't say anything. We thought you felt it too?" Yun Nuoshing was startled and shook his head. He really didn't feel anything. But it's not a problem. This force doesn't have much of an effect on us. We just feel a little suppressed. Yuan Shi smiled. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head. Just as he was about to nod, a cold current ran through his body again, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. The cold feeling spread from the soles of his feet all the way to his head. His hands couldn't help but tremble. "This can't be considered a problem." Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly when he felt the same feeling again. He patted his chest, lightly with his palm and scanned his surroundings. However, he didn't find anything special. Besides him, the others didn't seem to feel the same, so he didn't intend to say anything. Behind the towering city gate was a huge square made entirely of jade. At the edge of the square facing the city gate, a huge shrine rose from the ground. Like the square, the shrine was also made of jade. At first glance, it looked like the shrine was rooted in the center of the square. There were many foot-wide passages carved into the white jade plaza from the edges all the way to the center. The center of the passage was concave, forming a circular platform that was 1,000 feet in size. And in the center of this platform, there was also a circular area that was concave. This square seems to be used for some ceremony. Emo Yunhua stood in the center of the square and looked around. Seeing the regular traces, he murmured softly. He had a vague memory. These grooves seemed to be something, but he couldn't remember clearly. Yun Nuoshing walked to the round platform at the bottom and slowly squatted down. He touched the mysterious runes on the round platform with his fingers and frowned. He stood up and looked again. He found that these runes were only on the round platform at the bottom. There were no runes anywhere else. On the round platform at the bottom, there was a small round cover that was 2 feet wide. It was covered with many complicated and incomprehensible patterns. Have you seen these things before? Yun Nuoshing turned his head and looked at Emo Yunhua. I think I have, but I don't think I have seen them before. Emo Yunhua scratched his head hard. His eyebrows were knitted together. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any more memories about the white jade square or those runes and patterns. He slowly looked around the square and finally fixed his eyes on the divine palace in the distance. There were 3 small passageways on the white jade square that extended to the divine palace. However, rather than saying that they extended to the divine palace, it was more appropriate to say that they were drawn from the divine palace. It seemed that the square had some relationship with the divine palace. The people who walked around the square didn't say anything when they came back. It seemed that they didn't find anything worth mentioning. Let's go to the divine palace. Yun Nuoshing nodded. The others also nodded their chins in agreement. Since they had come here, it would be unreasonable if they didn't go in. The divine palace was a few sizes smaller than the divine palaces Yun Nuoshing had seen before. It wasn't very tall. The whole structure was white jade, as if it was carved out of a piece of white jade. There was no majesty, no pressure, and no feeling of mold. She didn't know if it was well maintained, or if the building hadn't existed for a long time and didn't have any traces of history. The interior of the divine palace was relatively empty. In the center, there was a pool surrounded by stones, emitting a faint light. There was a small stone table next to it. There was a chessboard on it, but the chess pieces were gone. It wasn't hard to imagine that 2 people once sat here, facing each other calmly under the blue moonlight. The interior of the divine palace was only about 2 feet high. On one side, there was a spiral staircase leading to the second floor. 3 or 4 meters from the top, there was a platform built around the wall. Other than that, there was nothing else. Even the walls were smooth and clean. It was too clean. There's nothing here. Standing at the protruding part of the platform, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the empty and dead silent divine palace. The divine palace looked so vast from the outside, but it was an empty shell inside. I've checked the surroundings. There's not even a trace of energy left. There's nothing else on the upper level of the ruins except for this divine palace. Emo Yunhua shook his head, and there was unconcealable disappointment in his voice. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and straightened his body. He touched the wall with his palm, and then he was stunned. He seemed to have touched something just now. He quickly turned his gaze to the wall and took a closer look. There were 12 very light symbols engraved on the place where he had just laid down. Because they were too light and the color was dazzling white, he might not be able to see them even if he paid attention. He could only feel that there was something here by touching it. These 12 symbols were different from the ones he had seen in the square, but his intuition told him that they should be the same type of words. However, they were not words from the mythological era, nor were they words from the present. Moreover, this used to be the holy city of the Mer people. In other words, this should be the language of the Mer people. Unfortunately, he didn't learn it. With a wave of his hand, Yun Nuoxing asked everyone to come over and take a look. Mo Yunhua and the others also surrounded him. After seeing the 12 symbols, they frowned and shook their heads. Obviously, they didn't recognize these words. Moreover, they couldn't read any information from them with their divine senses. Could it be that this huge temple is just a decoration? Yuanxi dragged out her breath and wailed in anguish. It's not that there's nothing here. Mo Yunhua smiled and pointed down. At least this thing is genuine. Moon pool? No, Moon God Spring? Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and asked. In the spacious divine palace, only the pool of water that they had seen when they first entered was quietly emitting a dim light. There was no movement at all, but a lot of energy had gathered in it. I can't tell these two apart, but based on the shape, size, and position, it should be the Moon God Spring, right? Mo Yunhua shook his head. Since it could be placed in the divine palace, it should be the more precious Moon God Spring, right? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing raised his head and realized that there was no opening at the top of the divine palace. Whether it was the moon pool or the Moon God Spring, they all needed to gather moonlight to form a strange energy that was slightly cold. Moreover, the water wasn't ordinary water. It was condensed from energy that had been compressed to a certain extent. Frowning, Yun Nuoxing slowly lay down and stared at the pool of water at a close distance. She looked around and finally fixed her gaze on a strange-looking stone. She even touched it with her hand. Crack! When her slender finger touched the stone, it made a crisp sound and separated from the surrounding stones. It fell straight into the pool of water, giving Yun Nuoxing a fright. However, before it fell into the pool, he quickly grabbed it and stuffed it into the opening. After waiting for a while and seeing that nothing was wrong, he heaved a sigh of relief. After Yun Nuoxing stood up, he looked at everyone guiltily. However, they were walking around the walls of the divine palace just now, so no one noticed what he did. Therefore, no one noticed that a bright blue stream of water was slowly flowing from the stone to the ground, all the way to the white jade square. Mo Yunhua, who was walking by the wall, suddenly exclaimed softly. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. They saw that he was looking at the wall with his eyes wide open, as if he had discovered something. What's wrong? Yun Nuoxing quickly jumped over and asked. A rune suddenly appeared on the wall. Mo Yunhua said in a soft voice. Then he frowned. He had already checked this place, but there was nothing there. How could a rune suddenly appear? He didn't think that he was old enough to see it. Just as he was bewildered, everyone stopped in their tracks in a daze. Although they did not understand what he meant by appear, there was no need for further explanation, because they also saw that on the white jade-colored wall there were suddenly countless runes, or rather, symbols that lit up. They densely covered the entire temple, and even the ground gradually lit up. And among the 12 symbols that were just discovered by Yun Nuoxing, the last one was also suffused with bits of light. At this moment, in the square outside the divine palace, the 3 channels that connected the 2 places were flowing with bright blue water. It flowed from the divine palace to the square, then through the many notches, slowly filling up the 2 depressions in the center. The runes engraved on the round platform lit up after being irrigated by the water from the moon god's spring. They started to squirm as if they had a life of their own. The runes on the round platform that was 20 feet in size started to beat like a heart. I remember now. Mo, Yinhua suddenly shouted and punched his palm, giving everyone a fright. Before anyone could ask, he explained, "These symbols are indeed the words of the merman race. However, that's not right. In ancient times, there was a kind of array that was driven by runes. These symbols are the runes that drive the array. Furthermore, it's a runic array unique to the merman race." Runic array? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. That kind of ancient array had been lost for many years. At least, there were no traces of it since ancient times. It must have been hard on Mo Yunhua to think about it for so long. Let me take a look. Although I don't recognize these runes, I can guess what this array is for based on the flow of energy. Mo Yunhua nodded, then stared at the wall, his eyes quickly sweeping over it. Just as everyone was waiting for the result, Yun Nuoshing once again shivered. And this time, the shiver was so cold that it penetrated into his bones. Even his heart was throbbing in pain, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, but he endured it and did not make a pained expression. "What's going on?" Yun Nuoshing swallowed his saliva and gasped softly with his palm covering his chest. The light patterns that were beating like a heart bloomed to the strongest at this moment, and the round table suddenly opened, revealing a dark hole that seemed to lead to the interior of the ruins. The moment the round table opened, a black gas rushed out of the hole. "I got it!" After looking at the interior of the temple for more than a dozen times, Mo Yunhua finally knew the flow of energy of the runic array. He smiled, but the next moment his smile froze. "What's wrong?" Seeing that he stopped talking, everyone quickly asked. Mo Yunhua shuddered and gave a hollow laugh. He stretched out a trembling finger and drew a circle in front of him. Then he slowly closed the circle in his palms and murmured, "This runic array is used to trap?" "No, it's not to trap." His horrified expression was completely different from before. Now, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Moreover, it was as if he had seen an evil ghost with monstrous resentment. It had already opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow him whole. "Yes, it's like this." Mo Yunhua took a deep breath and nodded blankly. "What the hell is it?" Seeing that he did not give a specific answer, everyone was so anxious that they could not help but ask. Ancient times, in the previous eras, the realm of the gods wasn't as peaceful as it is now. You could even say that it was very turbulent. Because of the continuous wars, the world was filled with resentment, and in the end, strange creatures were formed, the vengeful spirits we just saw. However, they were mutated from humans, and these vengeful spirits were difficult to kill. Even the gods could only seal them, and then let time purify them. Although the era of war had ended, these creatures stayed behind to unleash their resentment on the world, pouring their anger on the world. There was a sage who once created a unique array in order to purify the resentful spirits in the world. That's what you saw today. The runic array is a product left behind from those turbulent eras. You mean these runic arrays here in the ruins, the runic arrays here are... Yuanxi's face trembled, and he could not help but swallow his saliva. "Seal?" Yun Nuoshing murmured. Before she finished speaking, Yun Nuoshing felt an oppressive force coming from behind her. She turned her head abruptly, only to see a black gas rapidly expanding in her eyes. Chapter 397. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. The ball of darkness rushed in front of everyone without any warning. Yun Nuoshing, who was the closest to it, could already feel its aura entering her body. At this moment, the flow of time seemed to have slowed down, and space seemed to have frozen. Even Yun Nuo, who possessed the light element, was unable to do anything. He could only watch as the darkness engulfed him. Xian, who was the closest to Yun Nuoshing, didn't even have time to shout. She could only reach out her jade-like hand, instinctively. However, before she could touch him, the ball of darkness crashed into Yun Nuoshing. Puchi, after the darkness crashed into Yun Nuoshing, it exploded like a ball of gas and then lingered around him. It was as if the darkness was Yun Nuoshing's aura and was connected to him. After a moment, it slowly flowed into his body like a liquid. Little star. Oh no. Many of those ancient wraiths won't be gradually purified with time. The longer they are sealed, the stronger their resentment will become. They have the ability to invade people's hearts. Little brother, I'm afraid. Mo Yinhua was also shocked by the situation in front of him. He quickly pulled Yuan Shi and Xian behind him and looked at Yun Nuoshing cautiously. What? Hearing the words invade people's hearts, Yuan Shi and Xian shuddered violently. If Yun Nuoshing went berserk, the consequences would be a guy with 2 godly weapons could tear down the entire area, right? Xian shook her head forcefully. Now wasn't the time to think about this. She took a deep breath and looked at Yun Nuoshing, who wasn't moving at all. She was still surrounded by the black aura. She couldn't help but call out softly, "Little star." Just as he finished speaking, Yun Nuoshing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly trembled slightly. Then he slowly turned his head and saw a lifeless face. That pair of beautiful light purple eyes were empty at this moment. They were pitch black and empty. When Xian saw this, she was so frightened that she covered her mouth. That pair of soulless eyes that were flowing with darkness slowly closed after looking at her for a moment. Yun Nuoshing's body seemed to have suddenly lost all strength and fell to the ground. "Little star!" Nuoshing! 2 panicked cries accompanied by 2 shadows rushed out. Xian hurriedly picked up Yun Nuoshing and tested several parts of his body with her jade-like hands. When she found that he was still breathing, his pulse was normal, and his body temperature hadn't dropped, she gently sighed in relief. However, when Yuan Shi used his fingers to open Yun Nuoshing's eyes and saw that those pure eyes were now filled with darkness, his heart that had just been relieved hung up again. Mo Yinhua also quickly stepped forward and placed his hand on Yun Nuoshing's forehead. His soul power poured into Yun Nuoshing's forehead, but before he could check, his soul power was pushed out by an unknown force, which made him frown. He tried a few times, but still couldn't enter Yun Nuoshing's soul, so he could only give up. "Let's leave here first. We can't be sure that this place is safe." Mo Yinhua sighed and looked at the runic array that was still shining around them. He patted Yuan Shi's shoulder and said, "Okay." Yuan Shi nodded. There might be some unknown dangers here. Moreover, Yun Nuoshing's body had been invaded by a vengeful spirit. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Xian also nodded and looked at little purple soul who was still meditating in her arms. She glanced at Mo Yinhua hesitantly and thought for a while. Then she put her into Yuan Shi's arms and carried Yun Nuoshing. Looking at the 2 meditating girls in his arms, Yuan Shi couldn't help but smile bitterly. He finally experienced what it was like for Yun Nuoshing to raise 2 children alone. "Let's go." Seeing that he didn't need his help, Mo Yinhua shrugged and took the lead to run out of the temple. Behind him, everyone followed closely. When everyone returned and passed by the White Jade Square, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the sea of light that had just appeared. Especially when they saw the lid that had once sealed the vengeful spirit open, they felt a little shocked. The entire upper level of the ruins was used to seal a vengeful spirit. Mo Yinhua couldn't help but sigh. What a big deal. Should it be said that it was too big, or that it was really necessary. Hearing this, several images flashed through Xian's mind. Those were the images that they had seen in the lower level and the middle level. These images were connected and finally connected to what had just happened. She had a guess. I think it's because this peaceful country was suddenly invaded by that vengeful spirit one day, resulting in this result. Maybe that's the case. Mo Yunhua touched his chin and nodded. Then he said, "Let's not worry about that for now. Let's find a place to settle down first. Brothers' matter can only be solved after we stop." Naturally, no one objected to Mo Yunhua's words. After all, only he knew this place. Xian and the others didn't even know where the East Sea was. Seeing that they all nodded, Mo Yunhua also breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone had just come out of the ruins. After a short rest, they returned to the surface of the sea. Then they followed Mo Yunhua to the area in the south. "Hey, idiot, get up quickly," I said, the overly dazzling North Star. "Get up quickly. Don't sleep anymore." "Little star, if you don't get up, I'll bite you. I'll really bite you." His consciousness was awakened by a few anxious cries and a slight pain. His blurry vision lasted for a few seconds before it slowly became clear. Then Yun Nuoxing saw a purple-clothed girl holding onto his arm. Her small mouth was slightly open, and her silver teeth were gently pressed against it. A pair of bright eyes were fiercely glaring at him. "Why don't I remember you biting people?" Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. After hearing his voice, Zai lightly snorted. She casually wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and said, "You're finally up. If you don't get up, I'll really bite you." Yun Nuoxing smiled and sat up with his hands supporting his body. Waves of tearing pain came from his mind, causing him to frown. "What's wrong? Why are you so anxious to wake me up?" Yun Nuoxing sighed. Since he woke up in the spiritual world, he should be in a deep sleep state now. He only remembered the last scene he saw. He was swallowed by the darkness. "Are Xian and the others okay?" Hearing this, Zai heavily sighed and said, "If you have the time to worry about others, you should worry about yourself first." "What's—" Before Yun Nuoxing could finish speaking, he saw Zai pointing her slender finger in front of her. This caused him to be stunned. He raised his head suspiciously, and then he couldn't even speak. What occupied his entire field of vision was the chaotic and violent darkness. It was boiling like boiling water and erupting like a volcano. It quietly stayed in that area. Although there was some activity, there was no sign of it expanding. However, if one looked carefully, they would realize that it wasn't that the darkness wasn't expanding. It was just that it was blocked. Not far in front of it, a slender light blue figure was quietly sitting. A majestic spiritual power was emitted from her delicate body, suppressing the darkness's movements. Xiner. Seeing that figure and what she was doing, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but call out. However, after sensing that Lan Xiner was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. When Lan Xiner heard his voice, she turned her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing. She smiled sweetly and said, "Brother Nuoxing, don't worry. I'm fine." With that, she turned back and concentrated on suppressing the darkness. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing nodded. Then he frowned and looked at the unknown darkness. He didn't know what it wanted to do. As you can see, your soul has been invaded by that darkness. Although Xiner is suppressing it, there's no guarantee that it won't spread and invade your soul. Zai sighed and scratched his head. He said, "Your previous guess was correct. It was so correct that I didn't expect it to be true." "What do you mean?" Yun Nuoxing blinked. He didn't understand what Zai was saying. "When you just reached the stairs in the middle level, you smelled the scent of darkness from the traces underground, right? That scent is very similar to the Taoye's shadow. Sai sighed. Well, Yun Nuashing thought for a while and nodded. Then he paused and suddenly opened his eyes wide. His trembling voice scared himself. Wait, what you said is correct. Could it be that? This thing is Tao Tai? No, it's not it. Didn't Mo Yinhua say that Tao Tai is sealed in the Kuanyuan region? You are in the East Sea of the Divine Land. You are in a remote place and have nothing to do with it. Zai shook his head. Then, hearing this, Yun Nuashing was a little confused. Since it was not Tao Tai, what was it? He had smelled the scent that was very similar to it once. Well, although you are very stupid and naive to think that you have tacitly marked them with a big red cross in your heart because there is no news of the birth of the three big figures, the fact is that they are still alive and well. They are so good that they still have the strength to invade a person's soul. Zai sighed heavily and squatted down in annoyance. Could it be the other three? No way. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing also thought of something. As soon as this result came to his mind, he felt a sense of dizziness in his head. Although I don't want to say yes, the current situation seems to allow us to nod. Zai sighed again and said gloomily, in this world, the only things that have a similar scent to the energy of Tao Tai are the remaining three big guys among the four beasts. After hearing this answer, which he was a little mentally prepared for, Yun Nuashing was not so surprised. He asked, which one of the three? Hearing this, Zai frowned and turned to look at the pitch-black gas. After thinking for a long time, he muttered, neither demon nor demon, shapeless and without a trace. It should be one of the four beasts, Hun Dun. Hun Dun. This was the first time he heard this guy's name, but this legendary divine beast was already in his body. He did not know if it was a good thing or a bad thing, although it was only a ball of black gas now and had yet to take form. There is no news of Hun Dun's birth because its form was already scattered when it was first born. Although it did not have a body after its transformation, its original form is still like this. After going through 2 or 3 eras, it was repeatedly weakened and continuously weakened. Therefore, it has never had a chance to be resurrected, and now it is equivalent to its initial stage of birth. Zai said faintly. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder his soul was not invaded in one breath. It turned out that Hun Dun did not have much power now. Although it was not enough to be feared, at least there was a way to suppress it. X-I-N-R, and I can take turns to suppress it, but if we keep suppressing it, you won't be able to wake up. Zai sighed. Chapter 398. I was wondering why this young man looked so familiar. So it's him at the noisy city gate. A young man with a full beard that made him look like a lion was gently stroking his beard. He was looking at a wanted poster that was pasted on the side of the city wall, which was not very high. He seemed to be deep in thought as he gently tapped his chin. When he turned his head around, he saw a young girl in her embrace looking at him with a cautious expression. Even the young man by the side had narrowed his eyes. The young man was stunned. Then he thought of something and smiled. Don't worry. The Nightwalker Alliance is a neutral force. We won't take the initiative to get involved in the affairs of any force. Moreover, this young man has the Great Elder's token. I won't do anything to him. Hearing this, the girl and the young man looked at each other. After a while, they nodded and believed the young man's words. The group was naturally Xian, and the others who had escaped from the underwater ruins. It took them 7 days to reach this small city from there. This place did not belong to the territory of any magical beast group. It was a garrison of the Nightwalker Alliance in the East Sea. It served as a transit and rest station on the vast sea. However, it was still a long way from the sea god's realm. 7 days had passed, and Yun Nuoshing's situation had not changed. Xian and Yuanxi took turns to look after her. Every day, they opened the former's eyes and saw the deeper darkness. Their hearts sank little by little. They were also worried about the 2 girls, Ming and Little Purple Soul. They had been in a deep sleep for a while and had not woken up. One time, they inadvertently discovered that their souls had left their bodies and gone to an unknown place. This made Xian and the others panic for a while. However, they returned after a period of time and did not find any problems. Regarding this, even Mo Yunhua, who was a powerful king of hell, was confused. He had never seen such a strange thing in his life. Indeed, he had lived for a long time. Mo Yunhua settled everyone in a luxurious hotel, comforted them with a few words, and then went out. This time, he had to report to his superiors that he had come back from the relics. At the same time, he asked a few people to check on Yun Nuoshing and the 2 girls to see if there was any way. Less than half a day later, Mo Yunhua returned with an old man in a purple gold robe. His robe was slightly different from the former's, but the large Yi character on his back made everyone understand his identity. The old man wore a badge on his chest. The badge was surrounded by flames, and a golden cauldron appeared. Outside the cauldron were 6 purple golden stars that emitted dazzling light. Clearly, this was an alchemist who had reached the elite grade. In terms of status, an elite grade alchemist was no lower than a god king. The old man was obviously called over by Mo Yunhua from the Alliance. From the way the old man spoke to him, the latter had some status. After all, a Nether King expert was already a core member. The treatment he received wouldn't be any worse than the former. However, what worried Xian and the others was that after the old man checked on Yun Nuoshing's situation, he just shook his head and said there are several souls in his body, and his soul is also suppressed. As for when he can wake up, it depends on when he can end this state. At this time, if someone disturbs him casually, his soul may be damaged. Mo Yunhua was very surprised by the words of these several souls, but Xian and the others understood. They knew that Ziyi and Lan Shiner were lurking in Yun Nuoshing's soul. Obviously, they were helping Yun Nuoshing suppress the resentful spirit. As for when it would end, no one knew. Maybe he is being attracted by something? Compared to the 2 little girls, Yun Nuoshing's situation might be better. After the old man looked at the 2 little guys, the wrinkles on his forehead were squeezed so tightly that they could squeeze a fly to death. He sat on the chair and kept pulling his beard. He had a puzzled look on his face. After a long time, he threw out this sentence, and then there was no more. Mo Yunhua was baffled as he looked at the 3 people. One of them had his soul fighting, and the other 2 seemed to have their souls hooked. He couldn't understand what was going on. However, he couldn't say anything now. After sending the old man back, he turned around and went back. The city of this transit station belongs to the Nightwalker Alliance. If you need anything, use the token to call me or catch someone from the Alliance on the street and show them the token. During this time, the Alliance has many things to do, so I will not accompany you. After Mo Yunhua came back, he threw a yellow token to Yuanxi. Then he hurriedly said a few words and flew away as fast as he could. It was as if there was a ferocious beast chasing after him, which made Yuanxi and the others confused. Since Yun Nuoshing and the others could not wake up for the time being, Xian and the others naturally chose to stay. After all, the core of this journey was unconscious, and they could not travel alone. Moreover, this was a neutral place, so they did not have to worry about being chased by the Qi family. They saw Mo Yunhua personally tear down all the bounty posters and burn them. Because Yun Nuoshing's condition was a little special, Only he could solve it himself. Xian and the others could only wait and watch the sun set and rise every day. The first thing they did every day was to open Yun Nuoshing's eyes, hoping to see a pair of pure, light purple eyes, and not that strange mass of black. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Yun Nuoshing in the room still showed no signs of waking up. However, there were no abnormalities in her body. Her breathing was normal, and there was nothing wrong with her body. Only her soul was still in a state of deep sleep. In this month, Mo Yinhua came many times. Every time he came, he would bring 1 or 2 people with him. There were pharmacists, alchemists, charm masters, array masters, and even the rare totem users from the Alliance. However, the results were always disappointing. After calling so many people, Mo Yinhua could not help but feel disappointed. He had used all the power he had at his disposal, even if he wanted to find someone else to help. After all, the problem was with Yun Nuoshing's soul. No one dared to do anything. If they were not careful, her soul would be destroyed. That was not an outcome they wanted to see. While everyone was anxious and helpless, in the world of Yun Nuoshing's soul, it was unusually lively. Multiple colors of energy intertwined to form a curtain of light. However, under these brilliant colors, there was a ball of darkness that was constantly wriggling. In a month, this ball of chaos did not change much. It was firmly rooted in Yun Nuoshing's soul. Hey, you bastard. You have been freeloading here for more than a month. Shouldn't you King say something to me? Sitting cross-legged in the void, Yun Nuoshing had a hideous smile on her face. The veins on her forehead were popping out. On her palm, the rich light element was very dazzling, but it could not penetrate the strange ball of darkness in front of her. She had been awake in her soul for a month, but her consciousness had always been in a state of deep sleep. If she could not resolve the chaos, she was afraid that she would have to continue sleeping. However, in this month, no matter how she struggled, the ball of black energy did not move at all. It had always been guarding that area. All the attacks that were launched against it were easily resolved. Newborn stage. Have you ever seen anyone who can speak as soon as they are born? Zai stretched lazily, immediately revealing her alluring, slender curves. After a long yawn, Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoshing. Seeing the ball of pure light element condensed in his hand, she could not help but shake her head. Brother Nuoshing, if you can't do it, then go and sleep. Sister Zai, and I can do it. At the side, Lan Shiner raised her head slightly and smiled gently at Yun Nuoshing. In this month, they had been suppressing chaos, which was why it did not move at all. As the sole dominator, Yun Nuoshing was also scratching his head, trying to expel this ball of black fog bastard. With such a strange thing taking root in his soul, it was really difficult for him to sleep and eat in peace. Chirp! In another direction, a bright red little fellow also raised its head and chirped softly. On its body, pink flames were gently writhing, and wisps of it were transmitted to the light screen in front of it. Half a month ago, Xiao Feng had somehow entered Yun Nuoshing's soul and helped to suppress chaos. Xian, who could not find Xiao Feng, thought that Xiao Feng had flown away on its own. That's how it is. Yun Nuoshing sighed sadly and said, as long as this bastard doesn't go out, I can't sleep for a day. After all, chaos existed in his soul. It could easily make him hover between life and death, and he would be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. The 3 of them and the mythical beast had been suppressing that ball of black fog for half a month, but the latter acted as if nothing had happened. It did not even care about them and did not move at all, as if it was determined to stay here and not leave. During this period, Yun Nuoshing also felt other energy coming in. It was only at that time that the ball of black fog moved a little, but it was not too obvious. which made him gnash his teeth in hatred. After sighing, Yun Nuoxing could not help but look at Xiao Feng. Although both of them were mythical beasts, one's power leaned towards the light side, while the other leaned towards the dark side. However, these two guys were now in their early stages, and neither could do anything to the other. The three people and the mythical beast in the fog confronted each other just like that, although Yun Nuoxing thought about directly using the swirling zither to shatter the chaos. When he really did it, he realized that no matter how he attacked, it did not react at all. It was as if its shape had always been the same and had never changed. The divine imprint that Xian Yin had left on him was also in defense. Even so, they did not relax. At their peak, any one of the four beasts could directly fight against a heavenly god. Yun Nuoxing did not know which realm Xian Yin was in, so he did not dare to relax too much. It's not that there's no solution. At this time, the netherworld sword that had been hanging above Yun Nuoxing's head all this time spoke, causing everyone to look over. Zai frowned slightly. What solution? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's spirit was lifted, and he quickly asked, Netherworld sword wanted to say it directly, but when he noticed Zai's gaze, he hesitated and said, rather than a solution, it's more like a trick. However, it can indeed solve the problem at hand. How is it a trick? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Zai frowned. Mei Mao stared at the netherworld sword, but after a while, she only sighed, as if she also knew something but did not say it. Now that the netherworld sword could not help but want to say it, she could only wait. That solution is... The netherworld sword paused, looked at Yun Nuoxing hesitantly, and sighed. That is, to let the chaos reside in your body. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Nuoxing's jaw dropped to his leg. His eyes widened as he looked at the netherworld sword floating in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. He wondered if his ears could be fixed. Are you kidding me? After a while, Yun Nuoxing suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Let the chaos reside in his body. What kind of joke was this? Over time, the chaos would grow in his body and recover. On the day that the legendary tyrannical, heartless, and dark monster awakened, the first thing it would do would be to sacrifice him, right? As the saying goes, raising a tiger invites calamity. In fact, this is indeed the only way to wake you up. Perhaps you still don't know this, but this kind of abnormal deep sleep will gradually cause your body to wither. It's only been a month now, so nothing much will happen. However, after a little longer, you will find that your body is gradually breaking down. Zi sighed heavily. Hearing the affirmative answer, Yun Nuoxing suddenly turned his head, only to see Zai biting his red lips and frowning slightly. He did not look at him, as if he knew how he would react. Zai, you know about this too? Yun Nuoxing muttered. Brother Nuoxing, I know about it too, but we didn't say it out loud, because Lan Xian also said softly. She lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to look at Yun Nuoxing. Are you afraid that I can't accept it? Yun Nuoxing sighed when he heard that. Hearing that, everyone nodded in tacit agreement. For a moment, the place became abnormally quiet, so quiet that even the sound of breathing could not be heard. After a long time, Yun Nuoxing suddenly laughed, breaking the awkwardness. Zai and the others were stunned. When they turned their gazes, they saw Yun Nuoxing lying in the air with his hands under his head. He even crossed his legs, and there was a smile on his handsome face. Do as you please. Just don't torture me until I die. Yun Nuoxing smiled nonchalantly. After a moment, he felt that something was wrong and added, I still have things that I want to do. Before that, I don't want to die so casually. If you have a way, just do it. F***CK. Give me back my feelings. Hearing this, Zai instantly went berserk. She pounced on Yun Nuoshing and scratched him. To think that she had worried about this little idiot for a month. What a waste of her feelings. Chapter 399. Early in the morning, he woke up in the dazzling light. He stretched out his hand to block the dazzling sunlight and rubbed his eyes. The light purple eyes that had been tightly shut for more than a month slowly opened. He raised his arm and felt a wave of stiffness. His palm was also as hard as a rock. It's only been more than a month, and my body doesn't feel like it belongs to me anymore. Yun Nuoshing moved her arm slightly and laughed bitterly. This was the so-called abnormal deep sleep. If it had been any longer, she probably wouldn't have been able to recognize her own body. Yun Nuoshing slowly sat up from the bed. She had just stretched her body when she casually glanced around and stopped in front of the bed. She looked at the person lying on the side of the bed and couldn't help but smile. She patted her head with heartache. He knew that this girl had been by his side for more than a month, waiting for him to wake up. The sunlight shone through the window and shone on Yun Nuoshing's body. Her elongated shadow fell on Xian's body. When she saw her own shadow, her hand couldn't help but tremble and her pupils shrank slightly. However, she returned to normal after a while. She just felt a little strange in her heart. Brother Nuoshing, chaos has been temporarily suppressed and is lodging in your shadow. It won't wake up in a short period of time. However, we don't know when it will wake up. When that time comes, it's hard to say whether you'll be controlling it or it'll be controlling you. You can only pray that before that day comes, you'll be strong enough to not be controlled by it. Zai and the other's words echoed in her mind. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and said to herself, as if she was comforting herself, "It'll be all right." Her gentle movements woke up the person who was sound asleep. Yun Nuoshing saw this and gently retracted her hand. There was some gentleness in her eyes. She couldn't help but smile when she saw how confused she was when she woke up. Xian rubbed her eyes and was in a daze for a full minute. She only came back to her senses when she saw a slender hand waving in front of her. She was stunned for a moment. Then, joy instantly filled her mind. She turned her head, and her eyes met with a pair of beautiful purple crystal eyes. The huge rock in her heart finally fell slowly. "Little star, you're awake." Yin stood up. Her jade-like hands slid from his head to his palms. She held his hands with both of her hands, and her charming face suddenly moved closer to his head. Her bright eyes stared straight at him as she asked, "Are you little Xing Xing?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but chuckle. She pulled her to sit down and gently stroked her head with her other hand. "What's wrong, little girl? You can't even recognize the person you confessed to?" Hearing Yun Nuoshing mention this, Xian blushed. How could she not recognize him? "Are you all right?" Yin asked as she sat a little closer to him. She looked at his calm and handsome face that had a slight smile on it. "Are you okay?" Yun Nuoshing nodded half her head, then sighed. Her eyes met the deep purple eyes, and she looked away unnaturally. He didn't want anyone to know about the shocking fact that chaos was residing in his shadow. He didn't want anyone to know about it, not even the people close to him. He could bear it alone. "Yes, as long as you're okay." Xian smiled and rubbed her head against his shoulder. She didn't ask anything else. "What happened in the past month or so? Where are we?" Seeing that she was like a kitten, Yun Nuoshing's smile softened a little. She put her hand on her head and asked slowly. Hearing this, Xian looked at Mei Mao, organized her thoughts, and told her what happened in the past month. There wasn't anything special during this time. Yun Nuoshing was a little surprised by Mo Yunhua's visit, but after thinking about it, he understood. Mo Yunhua was now half an elder. He probably did this out of duty, right? Ming and Little Purple Soul's situation. I don't know. Yun Nuoshing was a little worried when he heard that the souls of the two little girls had left their bodies. He saw Xian looking at him and could only smile bitterly. It probably had something to do with the sound of the sea, but he wasn't very sure. Yun Nuoshing reached out to stroke the hair that had fallen on his forehead. He smiled and said, "These two girls aren't simple. I'll go take a look later." He didn't finish speaking because he saw Ziyan's pale face. Her eyes were filled with shock as she stared at him. Her turbulent appearance gave Yun Nuoshing a fright, and he didn't even continue speaking. "Little Star, you—" May Mouse stared at him without blinking. Xian murmured in a low voice. She used her right hand to brush the hair that had fallen on the left side of her forehead. When she looked closely, her pupils shrank a little. She seemed to be frightened. "What's wrong?" Yun Nuoshing was frightened by her appearance. He gulped and couldn't help but ask. Xian didn't say anything. She brushed her hair with her right hand and raised her left hand. Wisps of faint immortal chi gushed out from her white palm and slowly condensed into a mirror. Although it was a little illusory, it was already taking shape. Energy condensation was an ability that could only be possessed by those above the immortal grade. It was an item that could be condensed from one's own energy or elements. It could be used to attack or defend against enemies. It was much more powerful than ordinary items. However, it couldn't last for too long and consumed a lot of energy. It was a trump card. Although Xian was only at the half-immortal grade, with the nature of her five elements body, she could still condense items. As soon as the mirror appeared, Xian grabbed it and pointed it at Yun Nuoshing's forehead. Yun Nuoshing also hurriedly looked at it. With just a glance, he knew why the former's expression was so shaken. What appeared in the mirror was a delicate face of a 14 or 15-year-old girl. Her fair and smooth skin made people want to caress it. However, in the area from the right forehead to the eyebrows of this beautiful face, there was an inharmonious mark that looked like a rune. It was strangely black, like a wisp of death chi lingering between the eyebrows. Anyone who saw it would be shocked by this abrupt thing. Rune seal. From the moment the mysterious mark fell into her eyes, Yun Nuoshing knew what was going on. It seemed that this was a mark left behind by the chaos that resided in his shadow. Unlike the other patterns on his body, this mark was a seal. This was also the first time Yun Nuoshing had been troubled by the addition of something on her body. Haha, it's okay. Seeing that Xian was still in shock, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but smile. He patted her head and comforted her. He still looked indifferent, but in Xian's eyes, she couldn't help but sigh. She saw the marks of the seal on the walls of the ruins. She couldn't understand it, but she could recognize it. How could she not know that Yun Nuoshing said this because he didn't want them to worry? Since he said so, she could only agree. Yun Nuoshing smiled. He closed his eyes and activated the connection he had with Shui Yan's skin, after which his face flickered with dots of light. In a short moment, it covered his entire face. When the light disappeared, the face of the young man appeared. The upper right corner of his face no longer had the trace of the black seal. It seemed that this trace had been covered by Shui Yan's skin. This would save him some trouble and prevent him from being seen on the streets and being criticized by others. "Yo, Nuoshing, you're finally awake." Just as he covered up the seal, Yuan Shi gently pushed the door open. The sunlight shone on his face as he walked in. When he gently closed the door and turned around, he saw Yun Nuoshing looking at him with a smile. He couldn't help but laugh. He quickly walked over and slapped Yun Nuoshing's head. "I'm injured." "Be gentle." "Really?" Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at Yuan Shi bitterly as she rubbed her head. She couldn't help but grumble. "I like it. Yuanshi licked his lips and revealed a smile that made Yun Nuoxing shiver. When Xian saw Yuanshi walk in, she wanted to say something, but Yun Nuoxing squeezed her hand a few times. She understood what he meant. He didn't want Yuanshi to know, so she followed his wishes and didn't say anything. She sighed and looked at him strangely. "Are you all right? How's the vengeful spirit? Did you get rid of it? I heard from Elder Mo that vengeful spirits can invade people's hearts, but looking at you, it doesn't seem like there's any problem at all." Yuanshi pulled Yun Nuoxing and looked around. His mouth kept spitting out droplets of water, making the latter's face more and more black lines. "You spat out tons of questions in one breath. Are you trying to choke me to death?" Yun Nuoxing calmly wiped the saliva off her face and rolled her eyes. She then spread her hands and smiled. "A mere demon wants to shake my heart? How is that possible?" Although she could clearly feel a pair of eyes staring at her as she spoke, she could only force herself to finish her sentence. "Is that so? It's fine as long as you're fine. When Elder Mo comes, tell him that he doesn't have to rush to bring those strange people here." Yuanshi nodded. He thought for a while and said, "What's the plan for the future?" "I'll go and prepare it." "Plan?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. The trip to the ruins had come to an end. No, it should be said that they had paused for a while. Now, it was time to get back on track. Thinking of this, she said, "According to the original plan, we'll go to the sea god's domain first and take some tests. Then, we'll go to the Fengyan Mountain." The Fengyan Mountain? Huh? Yuanshi nodded when he heard that. He said, "However, I think it's better not to go to the Fengyan Mountain in the near future." "What's wrong?" Yun Nuoxing looked at him in confusion. "Some big forces seem to be moving there. There's still a long distance between the Fengyan Mountain and the sea god's domain, but the news has spread here. It's said that they're looking for some kind of weapon or medicine. There's no specific explanation on this. In short, the movement there is a little big." Yuanshi said, "Attacking the life forbidden zone?" Yun Nuoxing was startled. He had heard of this kind of thing a lot in the rumors, but he had never thought that he would be able to see it in real life. Moreover, this news was closer to them. What made him feel at ease was that those forces did not seem to be aiming for the origin of fire. However, the attacks of the big forces on the life forbidden zone could easily last for a year and a half. During that period of time, if they appeared in sealed areas, they would be treated as suspicious people. Although Yun Nuoxing was not afraid, she did not want to cause too much unnecessary trouble. Right now, he had already dragged a lot of scapegoats and did not want to take any more. If he did not go, if the Fengyan Mountain had the origin of fire, after such a long search, the possibility of being found would increase with the passage of time. What should he do? Should he go or not? Damn it, who cares what kind of big force it is? Even if the Heavenly King comes, I have to go. After thinking for a few seconds, Yun Nuoxing turned her head and laughed. No one could stop her from helping Xian repair his 5 elements body. Yuanshi also knew about this, so when he heard this answer, he also smiled. He was not surprised at all. Creak. While Yun Nuoxing and the others were discussing, the door was gently opened again, silencing the former. A moment later, a lion's face popped out from the door. When he peeked his head out and saw Yun Nuoxing smiling at him, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. "Elder Mo," Yun Nuoxing smiled and greeted him. No matter what purpose Mo Yinhua had for helping him, since it was with good intentions, he would treat people with a smile. "Don't. I can't afford to be an elder." Hearing this, Mo Yinhua laughed bitterly. He pushed the door open completely and walked in. Behind him, there was an old man. It was the pharmacist that Mo Yinhua had found that day. He had also brought him here today. It seemed that he was still worried about Yun Nuoxing's problem. Is everything all right? However, since Yun Nuoxing had already woken up, there was no need to call anyone else. Mo Yunhua waved his hand. The old man knew what he meant. He nodded, turned around, and slowly walked out. Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. This was the third time he had answered today. His cheeks couldn't help but twitch a few times. Mo Yunhua had just walked to the bedside and chatted with the three people for a while. Xian had just gone to make tea and poured a few cups. Mo Yunhua's face suddenly changed, as if he had received some information. His face was a little ugly and a little gloomy. Little brother, I still have something to do. I'll leave first. I won't accompany you. Since you're awake, you can walk around here. I'll find someone to show you around. After hurriedly drinking a cup of tea, Mo Yunhua spoke 10 times faster than usual. He lifted his foot and jumped onto the windowsill. It seemed that he was so anxious that he was about to hit the wall. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Yun Nuoxing was startled by his lion jumping out of the window move. He quickly grabbed him back and asked. Mo Yunhua's face was gloomy and uncertain. He looked at Yun Nuoxing hesitantly, sighed, and said, Hey, little brother, you have the elder's token, so you're not an outsider. You can indeed ask about the alliance's matters, but little brother, please don't reveal this matter. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing nodded, looking at his gloomy face. He thought that something big must have happened. He naturally wouldn't reveal this kind of alliance's matters casually. Seeing him nod, Mo Yunhua also breathed a sigh of relief and said, I just received a message from the alliance. Taiyuan territory. Something happened.